We are, just so you know, we're going live right now.
Oh, we are live right now?
Right at this moment, yes.
Hi. Not right now, are we?
As live as it's going to get.
It's as live as it's going to get. Oh, hello, everybody. Is anybody watching?
I'm not sure. No, we have 9 watching.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh. Yes. See if anyone's commented.
Because I kind of have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. All right.
But
Right now, what we're doing is we're showing a live stream of the Schumann resonances,
yes.
and there's us talking in the background.
That is us talking in the background.
Actually, hold on.
With a face of just me? That's me. That's not us.
That's us.
All right, that's you.
That's us.
That's us.
So, hello everyone.
Hi.
We're going to start in a little bit. Alex is here. The discussion is on a Faraday cage, and so we're going to have a discussion on it. But we're just getting set up. We're getting the live stream set up. I'm doing this early. I have started this early so that I can answer and address any questions before getting into the presentation. So I'm showing the Schumann resonance chart so you can see it. It's in the background. We all know what this is, generally speaking, but this is the live stream of it. So sit down, get your popcorn. We're going to be getting started in a little bit. And in the meantime, let's see if I can find any music while we're waiting for Alex.
I can play.
No, if you can use go to the bathroom, why don't you do that? Get set up. And in the meantime, we will find something by here. Hopefully it'll play. Okay, so get yourself comfortable. Hopefully you can hear that. If not, in the comments. But I think I'm pretty sure that the capture software is playing this in the background. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of moving parts to this. So get yourself comfortable, get your popcorn, and if you have any comments or questions, I will talk with you in the comments. So on that cheery note, playing music, Bradley, so that we have music.
Hi, Bradley. Bradley, hear us?
Yes, I think so. There might be buffering. Yeah. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Well, it says it'll buffer. That's part of the problem. So we can't hear it that loud, but it should be going out like regular volume to the people. So that's a live stream right here. Where's the DJ? Yes. All right. So we're here. We're live. Thank you all. If you can't hear me, can't hear the vocals, let us know. We're testing out the system here with the OBS. Here we are. We're testing out the system here with OBS capture software. So this is sort of a test of live stream. I did the test to make sure all the hardware is working. So this is actually a test of the live stream. So I keep looking at the microphone here instead of at the camera because the microphone is over here. And we want to hear the music. So, so this is where we are at with this. Alex is going to play something.
Sure.
Okay.
This is a song.
We're going to talk about the Faraday cage in a little bit. I want to get some people here in the audience so we can have some dialogue. In the meantime, we're going to have Alex play. And so this is Alex playing.
This is a song by this is by Deer Tech. It's a Rhode Island band. And I forget the name of the song, but whatever.
This is a song which shall remain nameless by a local band.
Raindrops like bullets on my fragile skin. Insecurities I had are creeping within. Now I'm 20 miles outside the place that you live, and I need one more chance. Now time's running thin. Well, you are the things that make up my dream. I spent every dime that jingled in my jeans. I deserve every stone you throw out at me. When I think of your smile, I'm in love with your teeth. Well, I'm losing when I ain't playing no game. Would you take me back if I gambled my pain? I've got no direction without her little finger. Barbed wire is her wire, nothing keeps me from her. If I had no boots, I'd trek through the mud while mosquitoes are racing to draw first blood. If you're running away, I'm looking for you. If you lost your way, well, I'm seeing you through. If you're running away, I'm looking for you. If you lost your way, I'm seeing you through. Oh, if you're running away, I'm looking for you. If you lost your way, then I'm seeing you through.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. It's us. Poor quality us by the webcam from the camera. All right. So today's discussion is
Maybe
we're talking.
if you change the resolution, give you a little warning there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I literally don't. I'm just kind of
Gotcha.
figuring out this machine, and I literally don't know how to do it. All right. So where we're at with this is, all right. So let me move the screens around. Give me a minute here. Alex, you want to play another song while I figure this out?
Sure.
All right.
Here's another song I don't know the name of.
Here's another song Alex doesn't know the name of.
I'm such a terrible person.
Oh, you're fine.
Evening rises, darkness threatens to engulf us all. But there's a moon above it shining, and I think I hear a call. It's just a whisper through the trees, my ears can hardly make it out. But I can feel it in my heart vibrating strong as if she shouts, Ariadne, I'm coming. I just need to work this maze inside my head. I came in like you asked. I killed the beast. That part of me is dead. Oh, Ariadne, I just need to work this maze inside my head. If I had only listened to you when you offered me that bread. Everything is quiet and I'm not exactly sure if it really was your voice I heard, or maybe just a door that's closing on some hero's back on his track to be a man. Can it be that all us heroes have a path but not a plan? Oh, Ariadne, I'm coming. I just need to work this maze inside my mind. I came in. Oh, I got the words. Da 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 da. I need to work this maze inside my mind. For the life of me, I can't remember anything at all.
Can't believe any of these words.
That's what you get for not remembering the name.
It's a thing. All right, so I'm putting together some of the literature here that we're using for the show. I have two browsers at work, and so I'm trying to remember to get which one I'm using for which presentation. Okay, so that's why I'm. So wireless. All right, so we're talking about the Schumann resonances in general and how they are. The Schumann resonances in general. What are the Schumann resonances? Okay, the Schumann resonances are electromagnetic waves. They're electromagnetic frequencies that circle around the world. They start with lightning, and then they move to current, which goes as waves. So it starts out when the lightning discharges, it's vertical. Okay, strikes down, comes down from the atmosphere, shunk, hits the earth. So that is an initial charge of electrons, positive charge. Boom, circles around the world quickly. Okay, but it dissipates in the process. So the electrical portion doesn't necessarily travel around the world. What it does is it converts from this way to this way. So if you can picture it changing direction, it's not just changing direction, it's changing the type of force that it is. And when the electrics combine with the atmosphere, combine with the oxygen, the nitrogen, and all of that, it has an effect on us because the electrics are combining with what's here. All right, that's the best way to put this, is that it's not just electricity that's pure, that you get it in your socket, but the electrical magnetics are combined with the atmosphere around us. That's really important. It electrically combines with and it excites the atmosphere. And so part of what you're seeing in the Schumann resonance is somewhere here. So part of what you're seeing here with the Schumann resonance is this solidifying of energy into a layer of the atmosphere. I think that's the best way to put it, is that it's not just electricity that's moving through a vacuum.
Okay. Would an analogy be like throwing a rock in a pond?
The analogy of throwing a rock in the pond is a very good analogy, and that actually works very well. It goes out in that waves. You have the first plunk of the rock that goes in, and then, as a result of that, it sends out waves. And so these ripples of the wave are at first imploding. Right? It creates once you've thrown the rock into the pond,
create a void.
Yeah, you create a void, essentially. So the void is how do I say this? The void is not necessarily a vacuum per se. There's something there, but it's a less dense area than what the rock is occupying. Does that make sense? Okay. Hopefully, yeah. If that doesn't make sense to you, let me know. I'm trying to think of this and actually kind of describe it at the same time, and I'm having somewhat luck with that. So if you can understand what I'm saying, please comment. Yes, I understand that. If you don't, I'm fine with that, but please let me know, and I'll try and explain it a little better. And I am watching the comments here. I'm reading the comments, so I know that what everyone's saying. Actually, in the live chat, I think what you can do is you can pop it out. Bam. So the live chat. All right, so I'm learning the software. I'm also telling Alex how this works. So the chat, I can put it all on this screen right here. All right. Wow, Mark Piers is here. Holy fuck.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Mark. Wow. Mark's here. Yay, yay. All right, everyone's ready to chat. All right. Okay. So, all right. So, just as again, as an explanation of what the Schumann resonances are, relative to something you can wrap your head around, relative to something that you can kind of see, a good explanation is the rock in the water, and then you have those ripples that go out laterally. And water is a good way of explaining current. It's a good way of explaining amplitude because you can see it, you can feel it, you can see examples of water. They use charge and current, voltage and amplitude. Voltage is the height. Voltage is the amplitude. It's the electric part. Current, the amplitude is the width of it. Current moves in directions, north to south, east to west, etc. It can also move south to north, whatever. But it moves one direction to the other, and then it kind of comes back. All right. So what we're talking about, that's true. Bradley's over here quite regularly. The three shows that Bradley's at is, I would say, mine, and then Wages, and then what's his name? Mark Pierce show.
The guy you were so excited to see.
Yeah, the guy I was so excited to see. I can't remember his name, but I'm like that with a lot of people.
Remembering things is not really easy, you know?
I get that. Well, I get that from my mom. She would call all of our names out before she got the right person. And me, unfortunately, there was no other males, so I would get the dog's name. I would get my uncle's name. Dogs that weren't there anymore, dogs that were dead, like, I'd get called their name, like, and then she'd say, oh, you know who you are. And I'm like, well, you don't. Were you there at the time? Yes, I was there. Okay. So I get that from my mom, the lack of remembering people's names. It's like, oh yeah, that person, you know, that I grew up with. Your son? Yeah, oh, yeah, him. All right. Charles, you should call me by my dad's name, Charles. He hasn't been around in years, Mom. How are you picturing him before me? I don't know. So it's a family thing. All right. So, all right. So the discussion is on what is the Schumann resonances and or how is it? I guess how are the Schumann resonances affected by or I'm trying to think of the best way to kind of encapsulate this. The discussion is the Faraday cage. How do the Schumann resonances affect into a Faraday cage? Are you trying to protect yourself from the Schumann resonances? There's a lot of electromagnetic radiation around us in our environment. So it's really important to have this discussion on electromagnetic shielding relative to the Schumann resonances. Okay, so the topic of what the Schumann resonances are here, and then there's electronic, shielding, and somewhere in the middle there is where we are. We're going to have this discussion about, the Schumann resonances and us. Okay, so so the Schumann resonances, what happens is once you have the magnetic horizontals of it are the actual resonances themselves. This is at 7.8. You see another one here at 14.1, and then you see this oddball one here at 17. This is not part of the Schumann resonances here, just so you know it. This is 17. Okay, even though it's accumulating, you see stuff accumulating here. This is not a Schumann resonance here. I want you to know this is 17. The Schumann resonance here is at 21, which is below this 17 line. Or it's at 16.7. So it's not 17, it's 16.7 according to the literature. So right below that is the third density or the third harmonic of the Schumann resonances at 21. Then you have another one here at 27, approximately 27. And then you have this other one way up here at 33, which is just recently starting to be activated. This is a 33.7. I think it's technically 33.7 or something. All right. So these are the electromagnetics of the Schumann resonances. Okay. So in addition to this, there is, let me also show you Tom's. Okay. Stop it. So this should be it, hopefully. Okay.
Russian.
Yeah, it's in Russian. So those of you who are able to read Russian, you're doing well. Okay, so Tomsk measures the background radiation. Maybe I didn't choose the Okay, I'm going to go with the original Russian, but apparently it's taking time to buffer it, so I'll just go to the.
I miss Anna.
Oh, yeah, the Russian stripper. I miss her, too.
The one that got away.
The one that got away. Well, it's not through your lack of trying to hold her down.
I'm kidding. It's actually exactly through my lack of trying to hold her. That's why it got away.
That's why she got away. You could have done a better job of holding her down. All right, so it doesn't like me here. All right, so basically what I wanted to show you is this right here. More than the Schumann resonances is what we're looking to shield out. Okay. So this right here, this is the background radiation of, sorry, I'm late. Hi, Jackie, you're not quite late. I'm starting late. We're starting simple and moving on to the more complicated stuff. We're just talking about Schumann resonances. For those of you who just got here, we're just talking about right now, we're talking about the Schumann resonances in relation to electromagnetic radiation. In addition, in reference to electromagnetic interference, which is EMI, we're talking about the background radiation of the Schumann resonances. We're talking about the background radiation of the electronics around us. All right, so we have two things going on. I'm bringing these side by side. The first one here is they look the same, okay? They're not the same. Just in case you didn't know, these are not the same. Okay, so this one right here is the background radiation from Tomsk, which is in Russia, and this is mega. You see here in mega? Okay. It says background dependencies of the level, of the electromagnetic background. Sorry about that. Dependencies of the level of electromagnetic background in the range up to 30 megahertz in decibels on the local time. Local time is expressed in Tomsk summer daylight savings time, DST hours, and that is UTC plus 7 hours. Here in the East Coast, United States, we are minus 5 UTC. Okay.
12 hours ago.
Yes. So UTC is measured from Greenwich, England. UTC means Universal Time Coordinated, so that everyone is on the same, the whole world is essentially on the same time code if you use the UTC protocol. Okay. So it's basically every time zone has another hour, it's another hour, it's another hour. Okay. All right. So this right here is the background radiation as measured at Tomsk, and how you read this really quick is this is properly how a spectrogram is shown. You have these dark blue down here. You find dark blue. You just match up the color. It's really that simple. You have dark blue to the dark blue, and then you have a lighter blue, which are these waves here. Then you have this kind of robin's egg blue. You start getting into here. Now, this shows 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. All right, so if you follow the cursor right here, all right, you'll see you match up the color. You match up the color somewhere here in the chart. Okay, so you'll see these oranges and dark colors. They may not, you see that there is a color, but at the at Tomsk, at the Schumann resonance spectrogram from Tomsk, they don't give you a color code here. Okay. At Tomsk, what you're getting is this, color coordinated, and what you have to do is match it up with the lines of force here. Okay. So you have to do a little color theory, I guess. Yellow and red is orange. So that's how you're coming up with the colors here, is that it's this combination of somewhere on here, and this is quality. Quality goes horizontally to you. That's the magnetics. The quality is the magnetics, which are horizontal. So these right here, this is the quality, this is the magnetics. And then you have amplitude, these are the spikes. Amplitude is the electric, and that is again, that's again, this is amplitude. So you see these spikes of amplitude here, and then you see the lines, the waves of horizontal. Okay, so this doesn't have the same spectrogram chart with the colors on the side, because you're getting your information from from one of these here. This one not. So this is the frequency. This is quality. This is amplitude. Amplitude is the height. It's the electric part. And that is, not there, that is the spikes. This is amplitude. And the vertical is, I've said this. This is me talking like a broken record, but for the people that are new here, you haven't come across this yet. My friend Alex is in the studio, so I'm explaining to Alex as well what he may not already know. The rest of you may already know this. This is new to someone. Okay. George Klaus. Hi, George. Hi, Shannon. Shannon, migraines. All right. So one of the things that we're talking about is, do I even have this here? All right. So when we talk about ringing in the ears. All right. So one of the things that I have mentioned about the ringing in the ears and the hold on. So one of the things I mentioned about the ringing in the ears and the migraines is the part that the electrics play in this. Okay. The all right. So I'm looking for the my documents here on where I was talking about the all right. I did a discussion very recently on how the other day on how the energies from the Schumann resonances affect your nervous system. Okay, so one of the common problems is that, first off, if you do have legitimate medical pains, this is not a discussion for you. So if you have some medical problem that's related to something else, this is not a discussion. This is not a medical discussion. This isn't please cure my headaches or whatever. I'm just using an example. I have ringing in the ears. I'm not sure if it's tinnitus. Go see your doctor. It's that simple. Go see your doctor, right? I'm looking at you face to face in the camera. There it is. And I'm telling you that before you call your ringing in your ears an ascension-based condition, you need to get your doctor on board with this. You need to get your doctor's approval saying, no, you don't have tinnitus. They go through they examine you, they have a little microscope, they put you under x-ray, whatever the doctors do to determine if you have a legitimate tinnitus and a legitimate vertigo condition. You have to rule out the simplest things first. That you actually have loose crystals in your ear, and that's what is lending itself to the ringing or the vertigo. Okay? So, when the doctor has cleared you that you don't have either one of those or some other medical condition, you were hit in the head, right? Then come and see me. That's a discussion after you've been cleared by the doctor. Okay? So this is not telling you that what's causing your headaches. If the doctor hasn't cleared you of some other mean, then this is not a discussion for you. I just want to make sure that's really clear. I have used that as a disclaimer frequently, and I'm saying this again here to make sure that it's understood that if you have a legitimate medical condition, this is not a discussion for you. Okay. So to go over what I've already said before, for those who are new here, I'm going to read the disclaimer I had read before. Get yourself checked out by a doctor first. Many people lead a dirty life, which includes an overabundance of unshielded electronics, any manner of plastics that are exuding, any plastics that are in the sun and that are in direct UV light are going to be breaking down. So that new car smell of the plastics is the breaking down. It's the there's a word for it. Aerolize, like a aerosol. The word for aerosol is I think it's aerolize or aerosolize. I'm not sure what the exact word is. But when things become airborne, they're aerosolized. A spray that lingers in the Lysol, aerosolized. They kind of carbonize it, and it makes it a effervescent kind of thing that sticks around in the atmosphere. Okay.
So it's like an atomizer.
Yeah, that might be the word I'm looking for. An atomizer, it's like that. The word specifically aerolyzer, but we'll use atomizer, whatever the word. The word that I can't remember what the name is, that's the word that we're talking about.
So the theme of today's show is I forgot.
Yeah, today's... maybe this, maybe that, I don't know. Stick around, we'll figure it out.
What's the theme of today's show?
Thank you all for coming by to help me figure this out. So to atomize... Okay, to atomize, it brings it down to its lowest to its component elements.
Yeah, so like basically if you think about it like a spray bottle, when you put it onto the spray thing, it basically atomizes the water. It makes it down everything, like one water, like a molecule, right, versus like one water molecule droplet or whatever it is. That's what I kind of, I mean, that's how I understand it, because I remember reading it, seeing it somewhere about that, you know, that spray bottle, like basically what it's doing is it's breaking the bonds that water. So water has surface tension and likes to stay together. So whatever that thing is doing is it's breaking the surface tension of each individual molecule, so it goes out into the air.
Yes, that's essentially how that's working. So plastics, when they're hit by sunlight, what happens is they and I'm getting coffee. Thank you. Plastics, when they're hit by UV, they start doing that. They become aerolyzed, meaning airborne. They're suspended. The melting plastic, the toxins from the melting plastic are staying airborne in your new car, and you're breathing that in, and your response is, "Oh, that new car smell! Oh,
how nice!
How nice! It's a new car." Okay.
Another example is all the plastic in the ocean that has not necessarily, like it broke down to its molecules kind of thing from the sun, and so it's floating in the water and it enters into the food stream from like plankton, even that level. So I think you might know, be aware of
microplastics.
Yeah, the
yes.
the trash island in the Pacific.
Yes, you find microplastics in your water. You'll find it in your food. You'll find it in beer. Microplastics are all around us. It's the plastics that stay together as a plastic molecule, but they break down. Right, it doesn't decompose. It's covalent bonds have broken, but the molecule of a plastic is still the molecule of a plastic. Once it's been I'm not trying to think the word, it's stable. It becomes stable as a plastic, so that molecule stays stable. It just has different, the bunch of plastic molecules have lost the ability of cohesion. Their bonds have lost, and they'll stick to you instead of to each other. I think that's the best, simplest way to explain it. Yeah. So again, the unfiltered air, the unfiltered whatever, especially in a dirty environment, life around you is dirty. It's just that simple. And many people live a dirty life. That includes the plastics around us, unshielded electronics, doing drugs, drinking, smoking, the easy ones, even doctors, even the stuff doctor gives you.
Twinkies, Swiss cake rolls.
Food, junk food, poison, basically, yeah. So all of these things are causing you difficulty, they're causing you pain, and the Schumann resonances just makes it worse. That's the best way to put it. The Schumann resonances, they're not healing you. They are electromagnetic radiation, electromagnetic waves that are held in place through the held in place through the constants of the Schumann resonances are electromagnetic harmonics that are held intact through the constant of the size and the shape of the Earth, the constant of the size and the shape of the atmosphere. The Schumann resonances are held intact by the constant of the speed of light, by how radio waves work. So the Schumann resonances are held intact. They're not rising. They're not rising except a small half of a hertz, and they also go down an equal amount. they're resonances, they're harmonics that vibrate within an almost locked or fixed part due to the constants. Again, the constant of the speed of light, of radio, of the size and shape of the Earth, of the waveguide, of the ionosphere. There's a lot of constants to this that don't change. So radio waves, radio frequency waves they're essentially constants that don't change except in measurable and predictable ways. Okay, I think that's the best way to put it. Back to the text. In other words, if you lead this is more the disclaimer. In other words, if you lead a dirty life, the Schumann resonances are not causing you to be sick, but they may be alerting you that there is an issue. Before a person says that it's a worldwide condition and all of the whole rest of the world is how it is based on this here reading here, this here reading here. Okay, before saying that, make sure you check your local environment. Okay, because chances are it's not the thing in Russia that's doing you harm, it's the thing in your hometown, and it's the thing in your home that is doing you the most amount of damage. So before looking on the other side of the world that is from me, Russia is almost literally the other side of the world from me, before I assume any of this has a primary part in my life, I need to look at the immediate part of my environment. That's what's in my home. That's what's in my clothes, in my car. I don't have a car. I have a bicycle. The bike is pretty much all metal. It's not leaching off plastics. I'm not enclosed with my bicycle. My bicycle isn't killing me. Your car, especially if you have heat, and you close the windows, or air conditioning, and you close the windows, and the air is recirculating around, you are recirculating those plastics so that it's become a nice, coherent mass of poisonous plastics that are continually circulating. It's getting air from inside the dashboard. Some of it pulls in, but you have the option of new, fresh air or recirculating. And a lot of people go with the recirculating air, just keep going the same thing over and over and over and over. So all of the mold and the mildew that may be in your rug gets cycled back up into the air. The atomized, ionized energy that's in your car that was hitting the dashboard that you wouldn't have otherwise had access to it circulates it around. So cars are some of the worst place that you can go to look at for the environment that you're in, is because it's continually recirculating. Office environments are like that. Institutions are like that. If you work in a hospital,
most indoors.
Pretty much all indoors. George Klaus, I don't own a vehicle, but I own a tractor. Okay, new tractors, they're air conditioned. New tractors have heat. They're enclosed off. They have sealed windows.
They use diesel.
So it doesn't matter. Same thing. The new tractors, the big ones, they still have open air tractors, but the new ones that they have, I'm in the woods. Okay, all right. So, regardless of the vehicle that you're talking about, all new vehicles, if it's enclosed off now, the old make sure we understand it. The old tractors were made from much more metal than from plastic. All stuff now that's made any kind of machinery, whether it's a truck, car, a boat, tractor, an excavator, a bucket, whether you have a lowboy, whether you have, a yarder for doing woods out, for collecting wood out in the woods, no matter what it is, if it's enclosed, it also is including a lot of the plastic parts there that make up the ductwork to it. That's really important. Most of this ductwork isn't metal. In fact, there's very little metal in the ductwork anymore. A real deer. So I think he's saying that it's not enclosed. All right. So George said mine is a real deer.
Like a John Deere tractor?
Yeah.
I love tractors. Deer. Oh, man.
Smells like a John. It runs like a deer. Must be a John Deere. I got that from a Caterpillar salesman. Oh, and I'm sure Bradley has a tractor as well. All right. So part of what we're talking about is, I know Banny is part of the sailor. All right. So part of what we're talking about is the dirty life, and just here in this disclaimer, the dirty life that people lead that need to get kind of cleared out in order to determine that it's the Schumann resonances that are doing something, and not as I say, the dirty life of a person. And I'm pretty sure I have explained enough what I mean by the dirty life.
I think that most people can't avoid the dirty life.
Well, this is part of what the discussion is. How much of this can you avoid?
Oh, it's very dedicated.
So, in the case of air conditioning, leave your windows open. Don't recirculate the air. For every action, there's an equal for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. The equal being kind of the operative word. That if you live in a hot environment, you're going to have an unnaturally heated environment. If you're living if you're living in a hot environment, it gets air conditioned. If you live in a cold place, it gets heated up. Okay? So it's difficult to have to live in the conditions of the planet without there being some type of processing of the materials around you, like to burn wood for heat, for example. So wood itself gives off smoke. If you inhale the smoke, it's a cause of cancer. Yeah, there's toxins in it. Most people aren't inhaling the wood. Okay.
Well, see, even in this case, right? Because like the way we live as a society, like the pollution and like everything gets into everything now. Like there's no like we were saying, like all the microplastics in the ocean, those are part of the food chain now. Like that's just how it is. Like we can't avoid that because so if there's pollution in the air, it comes in the rain, and when the rain comes down, that's what's watering the plants. So it's the trees get those same toxins. Like they don't necessarily filter them out. It's just not how it works. So
right.
So I don't know.
Right, but there's nothing inherent to a Twinkie. Right.
Well, so there's
nothing inherent to beer or cigarettes, that stuff.
Well, okay, so like there's no there's I guess the best word would be minimizing your toxins, right?
Yes.
So when I do drugs, that's not minimizing shit.
Right.
Like that's the exact opposite. I often don't use the recycled air in my car because it usually reminds me of someone.
Negative associations.
Well, it's a positive association that I don't want to have.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
It's messed up, man. It's messed up when something you like even like a bad smell reminds you of something you like, and that's a good smell.
Yes. Yeah. So part of this discussion is that we're having about how to minimize the toxins around you. Okay. There's a base kind of level that you can't get away from.
Yes.
Okay. So you accept that. We accept that.
Yes. It's part of the life.
Yeah, it's part of life down here.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I mean, even in the most purest of sense, there's a lot of toxins in lava, for example, right? Like the gases that come out of lava fumes and things like that. So like those, their toxins are inherent in Earth in general. I think the toxins that we're talking about are man-made toxins that you want to avoid.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
The thing, like a lot of things, if you can give yourself distance, there's equations for a lot of this, like electromagnetic radiation, that for every, I don't know exactly what the equation, but for every foot you move further away from the source of something, the damage is moved in half. Okay.
Exponential.
Yeah, exponential, exactly. So, what the hell
What's
is
the opposite of exponential?
half-life. That's the expression. So the half-life of something, they a lot of times talk about elements and molecules and radioactive elements as having a half-life of the amount of time it takes for the intensity of the radiation to move to half of the radiation.
I think so. The way I understand it from my ninth grade science class, was that the half life, so like, is how like the shorter the half life, the more radiation, because it's decomposing faster and emitting energy off. So like gamma rays or whatever have a very short half life, whereas carbon has a very long half life.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Except for certain radioactive stuff, it takes a long time for it to break down. So that's not a exact way to look at it, but there are a lot of things like that that are very radioactive, but for a relatively short period of time. But there are radioactive, like strontium-90, I think, is one of those ones that has a long kind of half-life. But
they still emit a ton of radiation.
Yeah. And there's different types of radiation of different wavelengths and stuff. So by saying radiation, it just means it's an amorphous emission. Radiation just means to radiate, essentially.
That's how we get the heat from the sun, through radiation.
Yeah, exactly. It radiates.
Yeah.
So that's part of what our discussion here is a discussion on how, as far as electromagnetics, how do we best protect ourselves in this environment of electromagnetics? Yeah. Well, this gets into the discussion here that right, and there's a whole thing about the half-life calculation. It's just a pure calculation of the thing itself. It's not. There's a lot of figures into it that they do these things in a laboratory anyway. So they when they're figuring these things out, it's just an equation that's a specification. It's just as a term of reference, and it's not a constant. I think that might be the best way to put it. I'm not sure if that's confusing to anyone, but it's used as a reference, and it's there are things that's a good point that the calculations don't include elements that can make it kind of dissipated in a different way. It's just a pure calculation, meaning not any variables on the outside. All right. So part of the thing of the Schumann resonances is knowing if it's coming from the world, like Russia, or if it's in your neck of the woods, meaning there's an earthquake. Okay. So this is one of the things that's important to know about the Schumann resonances, is know the difference between if it's happening locally or if it's happening worldwide. And so this gets into electronics, gets into radiation, because there is a distance at which you can go where you're no longer affected by or directly affected by the source. You've moved far enough away. That's the distancing equation. I'm trying to keep this simple, but the distance of how far away you need depends on the initial radiation of something. So,
why we bury people 6 feet deep.
Yeah, so they don't emit radiation to us.
Or whatever. Well, the bacteria, whatever it is, it can't travel that far.
Okay. George said bachelor's in science, BS, ME, Penn State, 1997. All right. So,
bachelor's in what? SME?
What is a BSME specifically, George? He's saying he's got his degree in Penn State, and bachelor's in science with something, I'm not sure what engineering is, mechanical engineering?
Maybe.
Is that bachelor's of science in mechanical engineering, George? Question mark? All right. So we're talking in a general sense about the dirty life. We're still sort of introducing this topic. We live with a lot of influences around us that we can't necessarily control. Okay. The best thing that we can do a lot of times is filter out those influences around us, and that's what this is a topic of, is filtering out the electromagnetics, the toxins of the electromagnetics that that are going to affect us and give us things like headaches, give us things like thinking, cognition issues, um, nerves. The electrics have an effect on your nerves, your nervous system. It feels like you're being shot with like you're being shocked. It sends signals out through your nerves. In my case, it feels like I'm getting a tapping, like a certain code, like a Morse code or something on my nerves. Different people experience this in different ways. What I'm maintaining is that the Schumann resonances are electromagnetics, and you need to channel those, or you are going to be held like a magnet by those frequencies. Okay. So I'm not of the person that's going to be here and say, oh, the Schumann resonances are helping us in our vibrations. And one of these days, the Schumann resonances are going to rise and we're rising with it. No, that's not what's happening. The Schumann resonances are fixed right at that point, 7.8, it ain't rising. Just because you see a fatter line there doesn't mean it's rising. It's still anchored in the middle of that big fat line is still the 7.8 frequency. The density, the thickness of the line has increased, but that is not the frequency of it, because the middle of that frequency is still 7.8. Okay, this is what we're talking about. The frequencies at a certain point, and you need to protect yourself from that low frequency of 7.8. So Faraday cages and electromagnetic shielding will help filter out some of those external local influences around you. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, basically what you're saying is that the Schumann resonance is something that is probably neither bad nor good, but needs to be. But it all depends on how you let it affect you, and that it's not necessarily rising in the sense of a rising frequency or elevating that's going to elevate all of us. There's just more of it than there was before. The thickness of the line that we're talking about, the density. So it's like, a cup of water will get you wet, but a gallon of water will get you more wet. It's still water, right? But it's just more of it, right? So,
right.
So if what I think you said is that there's people that think the Schumann resonance is something that's going to help you rise, I guess. You can channel it, just giving us the information, and you will rise with it. I don't know if you were specific on whether that information part was what it's giving, but you were more specific about that it's not rising. The frequency is always going to be, it has been constant, even though the thickness of the line, which is that's when you get back to your density. So, in short, are you asking a question, or?
I'm asking you if what I said made sense.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in some ways. I mean, you
okay.
know, like, right? I mean, like,
yeah, okay.
It's like, okay, yeah, I guess it could be that, right? Like, what caught my ear was the whole protecting yourself against these energies, right?
Yes.
And because from my standpoint, is like people give off energy, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of on that lines of how do you protect yourself from negative energy or things that aren't necessarily good for you. How do you and especially if it's becoming more prevalent around you, how do you channel that energy either away from you, or you avoid it, or you redistribute it, or transform it? I mean, I guess bunch of different ways to protect yourself from bad vibes.
Speaking of bad vibes, you want to bad vibes? You want to play a song, Alex?
That have bad vibes.
Good place to stop. Okay, let's play. Very nice.
That song doesn't have a name.
The unnamed song.
The sad song. The sad song.
Was it written by Cohen?
It was written by me.
Mr. Leonard Cohen, the
No, it was written by Mr. Alex Applebee's.
other sad song creator.
The other sad song. Turns out I got my Spotify 2020 rap, and behold, lo and behold, Leonard Cohen was the number one song.
Yeah.
It was a Leonard Cohen song. I think, what was it? I forget what song it was.
The 2020 rap was the number one song was a George Cohen song. Leonard Cohen. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's George Cohan anyway.
Yeah. And apparently, I listened to 229 new artists this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I listen to a lot of music.
I guess that's more new artists than I've listened to, I'm sure.
And the year before was like something like around 200, because that's what it said. It's like, despite listening to 200 and something artists last year, you didn't slow down. You discovered all these other people, and I'm like, no, Spotify, you discovered all these people. I was just listening to what you told me to listen to. You know?
Thanks for circle jerking me.
Yeah, you
No,
know.
you found them.
Yeah.
I just listened to what you told me.
Yeah, exactly. You say play songs that are like, should Spotify suggest songs that are similar to your playlist? And I said yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
You did your job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it turns out I love indie folk.
Huh, yeah.
My number one genre. Yeah, indie folk.
I can believe that.
And
yes.
then the next one is indie pop.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, so whatever. Indie, I guess. Whatever that means.
I stopped listening to Spotify when they wouldn't let you listen to a whole album all the way through.
Well, I pay for the thing.
All right. I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
The free version wouldn't let you do that.
I pay. Well, I mean, it's only $15 a month, and I get the family plan, so my kids can be on it too.
Right.
So, and since I don't have any expenses other than my phone, I can afford $15 a month.
Yeah, it's reasonable actually, considering what you get. I'm a big fan of paid subscriptions if they
they're worth that one's worth it, I think.
Yeah. If I'm getting something from it, I'll submit. I will support the.
Well, so when I worked for Starbucks,
and that's the same reason. Well, Starbucks gave a free.
Oh my God, that's
supported them by working there.
Yeah.
But this is exactly why I supported Mark Pyer's show, and I recommend you go over there and support Mark Pyer's show because it's well worth the $3.99. I think about the $4. I think it was the $4.99 level that I paid because I go over there. I enjoy his stuff. Maybe not the whole 4-hour live show, but I'm sure no one's at 4 hours of my live show either, except for Bradley. Except for Bradley and maybe 2 other people that are there the whole entire length of the time. Other than that, pretty much people aren't listening for 4 hours. But the hours that I listen to and then go back, there's some new stuff there, current events I haven't seen before. And, even though Mark is doing the face swap on it, there's still some new stuff there I'm learning, and it's all fun and it's all good. So the people that you like, the moral of the story is if there's a YouTube program that you like, support them, give them money, because if you have gotten something, if you've learned something from them that's better than you're going to do elsewhere. And the chat is really, really, really cool because it allows you to ask comments and allows you to make suggestions and talk, and there is a social life, in case you didn't know, there's a social life that goes on in the chats during the live shows where people talk. We chat and we talk to each other, and that's, to me, one of the best features of the chat is the ability to talk to people that you may not otherwise have been able to chat with live. And that's one of the great things of doing these shows is that... Bradley, what is a water gun? We know what it is.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Bradley? I'll be honest, I forgot all about checking that out, but, what? I have my phone.
Actually, do I have it here? What is water gun? Someone asked. Actually, I don't think I have it. I don't think I have that here on this. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Of course I do. I have it on every browser. What is water gun? Someone asked that question. We're going to play water gun. Just because. I listened to your 5-hour show yesterday. That definitely wasn't me because it wasn't on yesterday.
girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So that is Water Gun.
8,000 monthly listeners. That's a lot.
That's all because of Bradley, I think. That song has gotten all that play. My guess is just entirely because of Bradley. Pretty much. I haven't seen him anywhere online where he hasn't, given the link for the song. Bradley is the most supportive dad in the world, I think. And on that honor alone, I make it worth.
I'm a pretty supportive dad.
Well, you're a supportive dad, yes, but do you, every time you're online, give links to your children's projects?
If they had done them, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
I try to not push them, but I try to have them explore.
Fair enough. If the kids have them,
it's not like I'm sharing their Instagram stories all the time. But
no, you couldn't do that.
That's a different thing. Shorty with a water gun.
All right.
Is it Shorty with a water gun or shot her with a water gun?
Shot her. I believe, yes. How much influence do you think the SR has on a person? It seems like people... I'm reading the question here, Trish. How much influence do you think the Schumann resonance has on a person? It seems like people want to make it responsible for too much. If I didn't know better, I would think you were reading one of my responses, Trish. Because that's pretty much exactly what I say. That...
If you don't get cleared by a doctor first...
Well, there is that. How do I say this? The Schumann resonances are very subtle. Very subtle. There's the Pico scale. Pico is negative 15. Okay. So, here's the problem I'm having. Can you hear someone whisper to you in a noisy room? I mean, it may sound like an esoteric thing, but it's like a whisper in a quiet... It's like a whisper in a noisy room. The part that affects people more is the local interference. And I have said this before, and I will say it again. I'm trying to find the... somewhere in here is my chart of this. Okay. This is the background radiation that's all around us. These are in megahertz. And you can see these crazy spikes. This is where Tomsk is measuring how far out they're measuring these spikes. So way out here, beyond their measurement, this out here is the outside of the measurements. So when we start getting into the green, the yellow, this area here, and into the reds, this is where population is. Okay. So, again, as with all things relative to the Schumann resonance, relative to electrics, as with all things relative to the Schumann resonances and with electrics, you really need to kind of look locally first at what what your environment is. That? All right. So, this part of my show is about the interaction, what the Schumann resonances are, and the interaction with humans. Okay, I think that's a fair way to put it. So I discuss how they interact with humans. And this is one of the things that I've been making of this, is that these very subtle energies, and they may not be affecting you as much as you think they are. This right here, the 7.3, the lowest frequencies, and the 14.1 is what you are likely to be affected by. It's the lowest of the low frequency, which would be essentially that which makes you feel like shit, basically. Those things that make you feel like crap, the low frequencies, would be affecting you the most because those waves are the strongest. Okay. And until you have gotten out of the physical world, until you're no longer concerned about the job, about your car, about the material things, until you're not concerned about you getting in a paycheck, where it's going, about Christmas and all the materialism that comes with that, until you're not any longer worried about your second cousin removes a problem in their life, all the other distractions around you, and the physical stuff that take up the majority of your time, until you have removed the bad feelings that are caused by the plastics, till you remove the hard feelings that are Twinkies, if you
Swiss cake rolls.
Swiss cake rolls, guilty. Little Debbie honey buns, guilty.
7-Eleven pizza.
Guilty. Well, not 7-Eleven pizza, but bad pizza. We'll go with that.
All pizza is good. There is no bad pizza.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can't dispute that. I may not agree with it, but I can't dispute it. So that's part of what this exercise is the okie dokie. And for those of you who don't know what the okie dokie is, that's where someone promises you, a salesman will just say, promises you anything you want, the world. They give you the world. And then they shake your hand, okie dokie. And then when it comes time to pick up, you don't get what you were promised. That's the okie dokie. So in a lot of the Schumann resonances is the okie dokie that you're getting. And that's the belief system by many people who don't know what the Schumann resonances are, don't understand what they are, they don't understand the mechanics of it, the physics of it, and they will say, oh, Schumanns are rising, and all of our problems or all of our solutions are on the Schumann. When I wake up and I feel bad, I look and I see the Schumann resonances. Maybe true, but you're also getting the influences from the sun. You're also getting a lot of influences that may not necessarily be picked up on the Schumann. Like, I want you to understand that as well, that the Schumann resonances only pick up electromagnetic waves. They don't pick up the odor, like, say, the atomized plastic that is around you that may be causing you to have these problems. And the sunshine will be leaching out more of those plastics. You get a headache. The Schumann, like these here, are spikes of amplitude that come in from the sun's influences. You see that, but you're not getting the problems from the Schumann resonances, but the melted plastics that's around you, you're getting the problems from. So the okie dokie in this is you knowing what's being caused by external influences, say the sunshine melting plastics, just for example, or other things affecting you, the local environment affecting you, and not the resonances from the other half of the world. Okay. So I have, from the beginning, had this discussion of what the Schumann resonances are and how much they are affecting you. And from the beginning, I have made it a point to say, you have to look at the local interferences first. And part of the discussion on the Faraday cage is insulating your immediate local environment. Part of knowing about how to insulate yourself, I think, is what we're talking about here. That the bigger problem people have are with the unshielded electronics in their cell phone, right? And their cell phone, here, one of these, is with the computer. I'm using this computer. Actually, hold on.
I'm streaming. I'm watching our stream, by the way.
Oh, good. I got this app. I want to show you. While we're here on this topic, I want to show you something. All right. This is an EMF detector on my phone. So, I gotta find it here. EMF detector. Okay. This was an app that I had got, detecting EMF. This was an app I had got through the Play Store. It's free. Okay. Nothing detected. See that? Oh, come on. I hate it when I do that. You just installed a free app. If you're interested in this, you must be interested in this other thing. EMF detected. All right. Here. I'm looking by what it says on the, I don't know if you can even see this. You can't even see it. Okay. Can't even see it. All right. So depending on where I have it, the ambient, and this is nanoteslas, by the way. So it's measuring 42, 41 nanoteslas. Okay, this is in the environment. This is nanoteslas. Okay, and this isn't even going off the chart like I had it before. Depending on where this is put, I'm kind of just moving this around. I'm trying to get a signal on it. You can see, all right, there you can see it a little bit. There's a little red there. It fluctuates, moving up. You just barely see it. It's not a great picture. I know you can't really see it. There we go. You can just see it a little bit. Okay. Enough that you can see. So it says 24, 19, 42, as I'm putting it up here, 44, 39. All right. So there's not much going on here. But there is something. 45 nanoteslas equals 4,500 picoteslas. Okay. The Schumann resonance operates in the picotesla. The next 1,000 up from that is the nanoscale. That's what this here is. So, it's hard for you, for anyone, for me, certainly more for you, to say that the Schumann resonances being 1,000 times less on the scale they measure it, the picoscale, the Schumann resonances being 1,000 times less than what you're getting from that. I'm pointing to my electronics. The electronics are at 45 nanotesla. The Schumann resonances are picotesla, which is, again, 1,000 times less. So, if we're talking about what's doing what, then you need to look first and foremost at the unshielded electronics that are causing the most amount of damage to a person. Yes.
What about brainwave? What brainwave? What are they measured at?
Theta, gamma, like 10 to your brainwave start. This I would have to.
On the nanoscale, they're higher, lower.
I'm
gonna guess lower.
The Tesla scale is magnetic flux. When we talk about the Tesla, it is magnetic flux. Okay. Your brainwave frequencies don't operate on the magnetic flux. Okay. So they're two different things altogether. There's a frequency of your brain states are I forget which is which. There's alpha, I think your alpha waves, which are the prime time, your consciousness waves. Those are like 7 to 10, I think, 5 to 10, I think is what the frequency is. Then the theta waves go from like 10 to 20. However, the magnetic waves from around this can affect you. Karen, yes, Karen had a question. Hello, Karen. All right. Hi, Cindy. All right, so my friend with the guitar is Alex. All right, so Karen. All right, so I'm reading the question by Karen. Does Schumann resonance not work at what we vibrate, or is there? All right, so there's 3 questions there. All right, All right, so Karen is asking, does Schumann resonance not work at what we vibrate, or is it what the Earth resonates with? Thanks. All right. Yeah, Karen, the wording was a little bit screwy, but I think I understood what you mean. And please, do clarify what you're asking, but I will answer what you asked in front of me, and then if need to be, you can readdress what you wrote. All right, so I'll answer what's in front of me. The Schumann resonances are caused by electricity. All right. in one of my other live casts, I have explained this, basically, the basic principle involved here, and I'll explain it here in references so you can understand. The Earth itself is a largely enclosed sphere. It's a largely enclosed system. There's 2 DC circuits and 1 AC circuit of the Earth. Okay, it's more complicated than this, but to kind of summarize it down, you have the DC, which is direct current that we get from the sun to the magnetosphere of the Earth. Okay, so the sun is always sending out streams of ions. Sometimes it sends out coronal mass ejections, which have like proton count, but it's largely a stream of electrons that come from the sun. This is amplitude. Okay. So the electric part, much of this is the straight line of the amplitude, the velocity of the electrons coming off the sun. They hit our magnetosphere, and most of what comes from the sun is caught by the magnetosphere, and it goes around us. Immediately under the magnetosphere is the ionosphere. That is like an envelope around the Earth that is in the shape of a sphere. The magnetosphere is more like a figure 8. There's a bow shock in front of it, and then it's what goes around the Earth. So the magnetosphere catches a lot of stuff, and then it takes it around us. We don't see much of it, right? The really damaging stuff, we don't see it. What we do see is the charge that's held in the ionosphere. It's held there, and then eventually, when the conditions are right, it sends an arc, like an electric spark, that jumps through our immediate atmosphere to the ground. So, the Earth atmosphere that's immediately around us needs to have the conditions that allow a charge to get through what is normally an insulating cavity. So the nitrogen, oxygen, argon, air that we breathe acts as an insulating chamber for the 2 circuits. The air that we breathe generally acts as a good stopgap, what they call a stopgap, so that it doesn't go from point A to point B. Okay. The insulating cavity of the Earth itself, the air you breathe, like I said, up to like the thermosphere, way up into the ionosphere, basically, is what protects us from the high voltage of the ionosphere. Hi, Letty Grazi. Okay. So the high amplitude of the ionosphere, eventually it will, when the conditions are right, it discharges. And some of those conditions are a rainy atmosphere. So rain reduces the resistance of the atmosphere. So if there's moisture in the atmosphere, you'll get a lot more discharge from the ionosphere because the resistance, the insulation is going way down. Water in vapor is a good insulator of electric charge in the atmosphere. So the DC circuit, the 2 DC circuit of the atmosphere and of the Earth will conduct a charge when the conditions are right. That's an amplitude charge, quick, hot and quick. It doesn't conduct through the atmosphere. It conducts from the ionosphere just straight down in a straight line to the Earth. So it discharges through what would normally be an insulating cavity. The insulating cavity of the air you breathe carries the magnetics around the world. It stops the electric part, but it allows the magnetic part to travel around the world. So the magnetic side of the EMF is what the Schumann resonances are. That's a byproduct of the electricity going through the channel. Okay, so the Schumann resonances vibrate at the frequency of the planet. Okay, they are not vibrating at our frequency. You need to get on board with them. Okay, I don't know how to better put it, but you need to be on board with them. You are not changing the Schumann resonances. All of humanity, as far as I know, would not be able to change the Schumann resonances unless you of your own can pick up a car with your mind. Right? If I may have said this earlier, I may have just said it to Alex, I don't know. But
No, you're saying it to me earlier, yes.
okay, I said that to Alex earlier. Okay. So unless you yourself or a group of people, let's say a group of 6 people could do this easily. If 6 of you got together and were able to literally lift up a car with nothing other than thinking about it, then the Schumann resonances would be responding to you and not the other way around. However, the constant of the speed of light, the constant of the Earth's shape and the size, the constant of the insulating cavity, the constant of the ionosphere, the size and shape of the ionosphere, the constant of the light coming from the sun, the constant of the speed of light. There are a lot of things around this. Constants, constant, meaning something that doesn't vary over time. The speed of light is a good example. I can give you cases where they measure it differently. It does change. Nothing is ever constant, except for source, but as far as humans. But it's not something you can change. Humans are, how do I say this nicely? In all cases, humans are victims. Humans are receptors. Humans don't really cause much stuff in the world, except for, we react. Humans cause damage based on hurt.
Based on
reactions. Humans react to everything. Humans can't look ahead and see the road ahead of them. They don't have that ability.
You think they do, but they don't.
They have the innate ability, but don't know how to access it. Right? You could theoretically, but you don't know how to access it. To look ahead in the future. Only people can.
So,
however,
the way I see it,
no human I know can do that.
So the way I see it is that the best we can do, and this ties into the whole resonance thing in the sense of pattern recognition. So once you recognize a pattern, you are able to kind of predict what's going to happen. However, what you cannot predict is outside influences on that pattern that will change your prediction. And I think in a lot of ways, if you think about weather and how they predict the weather and things like that, that's really probably a really good example of how good humans are at predicting things. And we know we're pretty bad at predicting weather for the most part. Without our predictions, I think the way, if you look at anything within 24 hours, we're pretty good because there's not that much that can affect the way we predict these things. So the way they do it is they send up thousands of weather balloons and they gather data from whatever is going on in certain levels, and then they run it into a model, a computer model that just takes all that data and says, well, if all this data is correct, this is how we know things are going to affect, everything else. However, that's only the weather. They don't have an infinite amount of weather balloons. They just have, a certain amount, right?
And they don't come back either.
Yeah, and they don't come back. But they send data or whatever. So, so there could be something that happens between weather balloons that they don't know about that would affect a decision 2 days out or 3 days out.
Right.
So. I think when you talk about the whole human, and how the human resonance, how they affect us, or things like that, or if we can use that for any information, I think that's.
Well, part of the thing when they're predicting weather, they're predicting a storm coming up. A lot of it is based on, sure, they observe where it is, but a lot of it is based on historical data.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, right. That's the way that it works.
Right.
Because we are in a pattern world. I think this is the whole thing. The Schumann resonance is a pattern, right? There is a pattern to it. There's a frequency, there's a density, there's these things that we know about it, and it's all really pattern based, right?
When I talk about the Schumann resonance and the pattern, I talk about the weft and the weave. There's the now variables, the quick, the spontaneous, the unpredicted, the unpredictable, there's the path of least resistance, where you don't know where it's going to go, and then there is the part that's been historically the same over forever. Okay, so these are the two things that essentially we're dealing with, is the unknown and unknowable, the path of least resistance, and there's what's always been. Okay. And so somewhere in between that is where you live now. Things haven't always been the same. The speed of light hasn't necessarily always been the same. You know, that's based on...
I think the speed of light is the one constant that we have.
Rupert Sheldrake went to a book back in the 18th century where they measure the early 1900s, where they measure the speed of light, and every year when they measure it, they came up with a different number. Close to the original, it wasn't that far off, but the question is, and this is a good discussion, because like, oh, well, how do you know constant? What's a constant? Great discussion. It's not talking about the Faraday at all, but whatever, we'll talk about this. So the question is, how do you know what's a constant, and how do you know if it varies over time? Okay. So one of the things that we talk about is the world complexifying. A more complex world.
Increasing complexity. Yes.
Increasing complexity, causing higher melting points to compounds that are made in the lab. Right? As we create new compounds that have never before been seen, the melting point of these things keep rising and rising and rising and rising. Okay. There are other constants that, if you look in a book, you can find that it's varied. The speed of gravity varies depending on where you're measuring it. The velocity of gravity, the force of gravity, pressure, surface pressure of the air. Yeah. So there are a number of variables that we accept as constants, because they're measured in one place. Like Greenwich was where they held the standards.
But that's
So the constants change. However, the speed of light is accepted as a constant because it's measured, and they need it to be a constant.
Well, yeah, they don't need. Well,
they do. E equals mc squared. C is a constant of the speed of light.
Yeah, I understand that, but
right.
I think that was the whole thing. Is it's not that that's how things make sense, right? Which is weird, because to say to us that time is not a constant, like 1 second measured, it can be 1 second can vary from literally from the bottom of this house to the top of this house, right? Like,
yes,
that's how not constant time is. But I think where you get into where the constant of the speed of light gets all messed up is when you get into the quantum zone. And you got string theory, because they know that things that are light years apart are affected at the same time. And that's where everything starts to get weird.
Right. Okay. That's
But I don't like.
Yes.
And I think like the way I understand it is the speed of light. Now maybe we don't know. Maybe it's not the so to say that the speed of light is a constant and then give it a number that is based off of things that are relative, because the speed to us is distance over time, right?
Yes.
So how can something be constant when we know that the time is relative? And the reason we know that the speed of light is constant, like if I am traveling 10 miles an hour and I have a flashlight and I flash and I turn on the flashlight, the light isn't going 10 miles an hour faster because of when I flash it. It's always going to reach its target at the same time. Does that make any sense?
It does, but the problem is we can't reach the speed of light. So while it is theory.
No, I know we can't reach the speed of light.
Right.
Like, So here's the all right. So I guess
Right. So there's never a point where you couldn't like
So-
it's in theory you can't actually prove it.
Well, no. Well, so like we can prove it in this sense, right? Like if we prove it, we can only prove it relatively, right? If you're on a train, right,
Yes.
and you flash a light, and it's hitting a wall, right? For you, the light is only traveling a certain amount of time, right? Like a relative time. But if I'm an observer of you and you're flashing the light on the wall, it's gonna hit. It hits the wall. When you see it hit the wall, it's gonna hit the wall the same time as I do. However, like all right. So say if you're going south on a train and you flash the light north on the wall, right? By the time it hits the wall, theoretically speaking, if the speed of light wasn't necessarily constant, in the sense that it has no, the speed of light is not affected by its environment, right? Because when the light is going to shine on the wall for you at the same exact moment that it is for me where I'm not on the train. However, it traveled further from your perspective than it traveled from my perspective. Because actually, from my perspective, when you hit the light, the wall was coming to you faster, right?
I'm listening.
You're listening, right? So like, if you're on a train, right? You're on a train. Here's a wall. The train is traveling like this, right?
Right.
Right, like this way. You shine the light. The second you shine the light, the train is still traveling. So from your perspective, you should see it hit the wall. Like you're traveling this way, right? So like you'll see the light hit the wall slower technically, whereas I'm seeing you this is what we would think if the speed of light wasn't constant, right? Like it's hard to explain because I can only visualize it in my mind, but there's tons of things you can look up to see these examples because you can see we have physical examples of the speed of light being necessarily constant because because they set up cameras in these things and they have someone like twirling a light up and down, and in their perspective they only see the light going up and down, but from someone else's perspective it's going in a circle, but it's traveling at the same speed.
But I want to spend a few moments on the constants of nature
Okay.
too.
So let's talk
Because
about
these are again
Rupert Sheldrake.
assumed to be constant. Things like the gravitational constant, the speed of light, are called the fundamental constants. Are they really constant? Well, when I got interested in this question, I tried to find out. They're given in physics handbooks. Handbooks of physics list the existing fundamental constants to tell you their value. But I wanted to see if they changed, so I got the old volumes of physical handbooks. I went to the Patent Office Library here in London, and they're the only place I could find that kept the old volumes. Normally people throw them away when the new values come out away the old ones. When I did this, I found that the speed of light dropped between 1928 and 1945 by about 20 kilometers per second. It's a huge drop because they're given with errors of only fractions of decimal points of error. And yet, all over the world, it dropped, and they were all getting values very similar to each other with tiny errors. Then in 1945, it went up, 48, it went up again. And then people started getting very similar values again. I was very intrigued by this, and I couldn't make sense of it, so I went to see the head of metrology at the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington. Metrology is the science in which people measure constants. And I asked him about this. I said, what do you make of this drop in the speed of light between 1928 and 1945? And he said, oh dear, he said, you've uncovered the most embarrassing episode in the history of our science. So I said, well, could the speed of light have actually dropped? And that would have amazing implications if so. He said, no, of course it couldn't have actually dropped. It's a constant. So, well then how do you explain the fact everyone was finding it going much slower during that period? Is it because they were fudging their results to get what they thought other people should be getting, and the whole thing was just produced in the minds of physicists? We don't like to use the word fudge. I said, well, what do you prefer? He said, well, We prefer to call it intellectual phase locking.
Intellectual phase.
Intellectual phase locking.
We prefer to call
So
it. I just say we
going
made it
on
up.
Then, how can we say sure it's not going on today? And that the present values are produced by intellectual phase locking. And he said, oh, we know that's not the case. I said, how do we know? He said, well, we've solved the problem. And I said, well, how? He said, well, we fixed the speed of light by definition in 1972. So I said, but it might still change. He said, yes, but we'd never know it because we've defined the meter in terms of the speed of light. So the units had changed with it. So he looked very pleased about that. They'd fixed that problem.
Yes.
Well, okay. All right.
But I said, well, then what about big G, the gravitational constant known in the trade as big G? It's written with a capital G, Newton's universal gravitational constant. That's varied by more than 1.3% in recent years. And it seems to vary from place to place and from time to time. And he said, oh, well, those are just errors. And unfortunately, there are quite big errors with big G. So I said, well, what if it's really changing? I mean, perhaps it is really changing. And then I looked at how they do it. What happens is they measure it in different labs. They get different values on different days, and then they average them. And then other labs around the world do the same, and they come out usually with a rather different average. And then the International Committee on Metrology meets every 10 years or so and average the ones from labs around the world to come up with the value of big G. But what if G were actually fluctuating? What if it changed? There's already evidence, actually, that it changes throughout the day and throughout the year. What if the Earth, as it moves through the galactic environment, went through patches of dark matter or other environmental factors that could alter it? Maybe they all change together. What if these errors are going up together and down together? For more than 10 years, I've been trying to persuade metrologists to look at the raw data. In fact, I'm now trying to persuade them to put it online on the internet with the dates and the actual measurements and see if they're correlated, to see if they're all up at one time, all down at another. If so, they might be fluctuating together, and that would tell us something very, very interesting. But no one has done this. They haven't done it because G is a constant. There's no point looking for changes. You see, here's a very simple example of where a dogmatic assumption actually inhibits inquiry. I myself think that the constants may vary quite considerably, well, within narrow limits, but they may all be varying. And I think the day will come when scientific journals like Nature have a weekly report on the constants, like stock market reports in newspapers. You know, this week big G was slightly up, the speed on the charge on the electron was down, the speed of light held steady, and so on.
Okay.
In this theoretical sense, yes. I think, well, in humans, never-ending quest to find something we can hold on to and grasp and constant, like something. We need something of some sort of surety, some sort of reassurance, something that we can say we know. We create constants, you know?
Yes.
Now, the question would be now, the varying of the speed of light, how does that actually affect us? Why is that important to know? I'd like to simplify everything and say, just be loving and caring person and everything's going to be okay.
It would be nice to believe that, yes.
I believe that's a concept. Love is a concept.
Yes.
I know you don't like that.
No, it's not that I don't like it. I believe it. And it's just, like with humans, there's much more complicated to it. And if everyone had an idea of unconditional love, meaning giving first and not taking, then it would be different. But whereas humans, ever the what's in it for me, love is just one more of those meaningless words to me that is just give me what I want, otherwise I'm going to guilt trip you.
No.
To me. You don't have to hold that, but to me. So.
I mean, I don't think you believe that's what love is.
That's what I see.
Yeah, but that's not love.
Love comes from source. It doesn't come from a human. Conditions come from humans.
Humans are source. We are source. Everything comes
Source
from
of a lot of crap. All right. So,
I mean,
where we are at
we
with-
are the end. We are the everything. We are the eternal. You are God.
all right. So, Oh, you have a request. Do you know this song Changed the World by 10 Years
I don't know. I
After?
looked it up, though. It looks like something I could learn to play, which is actually almost very similar to the chords of Nothing Else Matters, which someone requested earlier.
Okay, there you go.
Nothing Else Matters I can kind of play.
All right, so I wanted to make sure I answered. Karen had a question, and I wanted to make sure I gave a long introduction to that question to explain, and this is where we broke off into constants. We were talking about the constant of the speed of light, constant, whatever. It's for the sake of discussion, it's a constant, not in an absolute term. So there's a lot of things that don't change significantly. Part of that is the speed of light. Part of that is the size and shape of the ionospheric cavity. Now, when we get solar activity, we get bombarded by coronal mass ejections, by ion streams or whatever, the size and the shape of the ionosphere compresses, and so we get what's called forcing, solar forcing. So we get those lower layers of the ionosphere compress down to us. And as a result of that, the Schumann resonances increase because the waveguide is compressed. So what would normally be a longer wave to get from the ground up to the ionosphere then back down to the ground, because that's shortened, the wavelengths shorten as well. So a constant of this is also the bombardment by the sun of the magnetosphere, which pushes into us. So the Schumann resonances fluctuate because that DC circuit on the outside DC circuit, has got closer to the inside DC circuit. Okay? I think that's the best way to explain it. So I think I answered this already, but we vibrate at the frequency of the Schumann resonances. Okay? These are the lowest of the low frequency waves, and unless you're able to electromechanically move a car with your head, you have some gravity to you, you are not causing a change. Okay, I think that's the best way to put it. Now, I believe what I'm shown, okay, and unless I can disprove it otherwise. So I'm willing to have you show me otherwise. If you believe that we as people can affect the Schumann resonances, I'm willing to let you show me whatever test results you have. Please, comments, put links. If you have evidence otherwise, please let me know. Share it for us. I'll look at it and see what I can make of it. But without the ability to project your Merkaba into the environment around you, like, say, Jesus did, I'll just put it that way. Jesus was able to call forth, if you believe he existed, if you believe he's not just some fictitious character in history, but if you believe that Jesus Christ actually existed, he's able to calm the seas from asking it forth. Peace, be still, he says. They woke him up. The disciples are on the Sea of Galilee. The ship, the story that I'm referring to, the disciples and Jesus is in the hold of the boat. He's asleep. They're all on the deck. The disciples are all on deck. Yeah, they're fearful that the storm is going to end their life. They're afraid that the boat is going to get ripped up, and they go down into the hold, and they got to wake up Jesus. Like, I love that story. They go to the hold, they wake him up, and it took a little bit of doing to wake him up. He finally gets up, and he's like, yeah, what do you want? And then they're like, Master, you don't notice the storm around you? And he's like, yeah, what's the problem? Just some waves. Oh, Master, and they freak out. The storm is going to rend the boat in twain. This storm is going to rip the boat apart, they say. Jesus isn't that concerned about it, but he goes up onto the deck, and he just says, peace be still unto thee. Says to the waves, he speaks forth the waves, peace be still. Within 5 minutes, the waves calm down. It's a beautiful day as if nothing had ever happened. Then he goes back into the hold of the ship and he goes back to sleep. Okay. So, if you can do that, you, my reader, if you are able to affect the seas calming down, I would say you would be shown on the Schumann resonances. Something you've done would be shown on the Schumann resonances. You'd be able to see it in the middle of a huge storm. Let's say, for example, here's a scenario. In the middle of one of these bursts, what am I talking about? In the middle of one of these bursts here, somewhere here. Okay, there's amplitude. Okay, in the middle of this, these bursts, if you were able to make level it off, if you as a person or a group were able to like stop this or kind of bring it down to some level where it's obvious, it just stops, that would be different. Okay. Then you could say you are affecting it rather than being affected by it.
So what if you're gonna? All right. So if we're gonna talk about Jesus, I think one of the main.
No, I'm not. I
No,
he's the only one I can give as an example.
Yes. So,
That we can go to.
Yes.
There's plenty of other. I want to say
And
this.
but what he often says is, what he would often say, what he would often teach is that we can do what he can do. If our faith was as strong as his.
Yes. He says, "Greater than this shall you do."
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm
So
talking
it's
about.
possible,
Jesus
if
and not.
we can,
Yes.
we have to have faith that we can. And I think that's what the message is that whatever we want to be possible can be possible.
Yes.
We just have to want it enough.
Right.
And if it's not there, that means we don't want it because we don't have faith in the outcome.
Right.
It's as simple as that. And that's where I think we're at right now. Is we just don't have faith.
Yes, and this goes toward the discussion of the Schumann resonances. In all of the topics, talks I give in the Schumann resonances, whether it's related to Faraday or whether it's related to anything, it's extremely important to know how the Schumann resonances work and how they function. Okay, so a lot of times I go to the basics, I talk about it, I go over and over, and we talk about this from the perspective of what the Schumann resonances are and what they do, because it's important to know what's local and what's on the world, and the point that Alex made is a great point, and what we've been going over, that your faith can affect things around you. And if you have big enough faith, you can affect the Schumann resonances, but it has to be an active working thing. That's the trick to it. You have to have already proven that you can make sunshine on a cloudy day. I do this. When I ask, within 5 minutes of clouds, I get sun. I have the faith of a mustard seed that I know if I ask the sky elementals, they'll clear the way for me. The trick to getting sun is I ask the beings that are responsible, I ask the sky elementals to please clear up the sun. I'm not doing it. I just asked. The sky elementals are the ones that are doing the work. I don't take credit for it. I don't say it's in my head. I mean, it is in my head. I can't prove it to you other than if you were sitting here on a cloudy day with me, as I have with people around me, anyone that knows me knows I do this. It's a regular thing. I have that kind of faith that I believe the sky elementals will work for me. However, the trick is you've got to believe that it's sky elementals and that the sky is conscious. If you were to believe that the sky, the earth, the sun, the waves were conscious, you could talk to it. You could affect them. Okay? But the reason that humans are not able to affect the Schumann resonances is because you don't believe it's a thing.
Okay.
The Schumann resonances will rise and they'll take us with it. That's not you affecting change. That's you being dragged along with the change. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, leave me a comment. If it makes sense and you follow along with me, please leave comments, okay? But the nuts and bolts of why the Schumann resonances is not going to rise no matter who we're talking about, is because the humans are ever behind the reactionary. And the humans are believing that as the Schumann resonances rise, they too will rise. No one is ever thinking, I'm going to make a spike in amplitude. I'm going to make a spike in amplitude up to 123. Right? That's how, if you were to do that to me, you had it on recording. You had a recording of yourself, not by word or by mouth, but a recording of yourself. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make the Schumann resonance rise to 123 tomorrow at a certain time. Then I would say, yeah, the Schumann resonances are a product of human work. What you're getting is a product of humans. And anyway, and all the time across the board, if there is the how do I put this? And all times across the board, in cases of the Schumann resonances doing something, it is easier to prove local interference, the sun, than any interaction with humans in any way, shape, or form. Because humans are, at this point, not able to affect their environment through the belief that they have, through an active faith without works is dead. Okay? So just your faith in imaginary things is not enough to do it. You have to believe, you have to have the faith that the sky is intelligent, the sky is responding to you in order for you to affect sun in your area. If you don't believe that the universe is all conscious and that these are just numbers and that there isn't any intention behind it, if you're at all questioning whether or not we're alone in the universe, your faith is useless, right? Because there's nothing behind it except you, and you yourself don't know how to change gravity. You yourself don't know how to change the speed of light. I mean, you could, potentially it's there, but if it's just you affecting these things of yourself in your own mind, it doesn't work. It's not going to work because there's nothing behind it. It's just words. Right? Words themselves with nothing behind it are shit. Could be good shit, could be bad shit, could be whatever, but it's whether it's good shit or bad shit, it's still shit. There's not any other way to put it. There is no good, there is no bad. You know, it's all just whatever it is, but the human mind wants to distinguish, oh, no, they're not that kind of shit. No, ours is the good shit. I mean, it's just, that is human thinking. That is human thinking, it is shit. And so unless you are able to affect the forces around you from getting outside of the shit rhetoric, if you can move outside of just the rhetoric, the empty-headed rhetoric, you know, I'm everything, I do everything, I'm great, I'm this, I'm that, whatever. You know, if it's just you alone in your head with your words, you're not affecting anything. And that's the majority of humans. This is my experience. Think otherwise, leave comments, leave suggestions, whatever. But I'm in the spotlight. I get to have the 5 minutes of discussion. And so relative to, you're asking me about the Schumann resonances, I don't see how humans can affect them. Right? I mean, I don't know how that would be possible for Schumann, for the human to create different frequencies, a different frequency point, when most people live alone in their head and they're not even of the sort that can connect with the humans around them, right? I mean, if you can't even read the people's mind around you, how are you going to affect the Schumann resonances that are in place there by the constant of the speed of light, the constant of the Earth's shape and size, the constant, there's a lot of parameters causing the Schumann resonances to be exactly at the frequency that they're at, and if you are living within that, how do I explain it? Not a victim, but if you are responding to, I like your good shits. Thank you, Sanitari. I can't even read that. Sanitarium Radio. Thank you.
Who's Darcy, though? And why should she be quiet?
I don't know. I don't know who Darcy is, but someone's obviously pissed them off. Okay, so that's in a nutshell as far as who's doing what and who's calling the shots. The Schumann resonances are fixed in place unless you are able to, again, ask for, you get sun 5 minutes after you ask for it consistently, for example, picking shit at random. If you're able to quiet the Galilee Ocean, the Galilee Sea, if you're able to do that through the power of thinking, then you're affecting the Schumann resonances, but still, you got to prove that to me, and I don't know how you would ever prove that to me.
You have to just believe.
Call me Darcy. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Sanitarium Radio, shut the fuck up. I'm Darcy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Call me Darcy.
All right, so I'm reading what you wrote, Bradley, the 29th observations on the Schumann. All right. Let me find that. Alex, you want to play a song?
Sure. This one goes out to Darcy.
Okay. The Darcy. Actually, hold on a second.
I don't know about... I don't really practice this one all too much, so...
All right, so this is a new one from Alex.
Well, it's not a new one, it's a request.
New to us. Okay.
No, you heard it before, I think. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting in who we are. And nothing else matters. Never opened myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. All these words I don't just say, and nothing else matters. Trust I seek, and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view, and nothing else matters. Alright, that's about it, because I hate playing songs I don't know.
Okay, no worries. I'm still looking for the thing. Play another song.
I can
Play
do
something
that.
you like.
Play something I like?
Yeah, you're good at.
Something I'm good at? Something I like or something I'm good at? That was
Oh,
not
good.
necessarily.
You got me on that.
And you got me let go. What you want from me? I tried to buy your pretty heart, but the price was too high. You got me let go. But when I fall apart, so you can put me together and throw me against the wall. You got me like oh, don't stop loving me, don't quit loving me, just start loving it, babe. Oh, and babe, I've been fist fighting with fire just to get close to you. Can we burn someday? And I'd run for miles just to get a taste. Must be love on the brain that's got me feeling this way. It beats me black and blue, but it fucks me so good that I can't get enough. Must be love on the brain, and it keeps cursing my name.
Must be love on the brain. And you keep loving me. Just love me. Love me. Love me, babe. You got me like ow. I'm tired of being played like a violin. What do I gotta do to get in your motherfucking heart? Ow. Got me let go. Oh. Don't stop loving me. Just keep loving me. Just start loving it, babe. Oh, and babe, I've been fist fighting with fire just to get close to you. It would burn something, babe. And I'd run for miles just to get a taste. Must be love on the brain that's got me feeling this way. It beats me black and blue, but it fucks me so good that I can't get enough. Must be love on the brain, and it keeps cursing my name. No matter what I do, I'm no good without you, and I can't get enough. Must be love on the brain.
Thank you, Alex.
I think that song is called Love on the Brain by... what's her name?
Rihanna?
Thank you. I fucking love Rihanna.
She's great. I love Rihanna. Her favorite song, though, my favorite song that she does, I think, is Disturbia.
Disturbia, I don't know if I know that one.
I don't know if it's an acoustic guitar song per
Well,
se.
you know, most of Rihanna's songs technically aren't really good acoustic guitar songs to be played by some random white guy.
True enough. But of all the non-acoustic ones, I think that one is the best one that you could do. It's more of a ballad than...
Love on the Brain?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's very simple.
It's simple. It's kind of scaled down. It's not too complicated.
Well, she makes it very complicated when she sings it. Like
Her voice, though.
Yeah,
Right.
that song's all about her voice.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So when you get someone like me singing it, it's like,
It's not her.
if you compare in terms of relativity.
I'm reading the comments that Karen had made. H. Grace, I've experimented changing the SR. It's absolutely a real thing. The problem is what around you is you have to exclude local interference. Okay, like that's part of the problem of showing me that you've done something with it. That you have to exclude it's something external to you doing it. Right? That's what's really kind of important to this is there are electromagnetic waves that are picking up by a receiver. Okay? It would be like someone sending a thought through the environment that you're picking up on your radio signal, on your radio set. Like that's the I don't know if it's possible to do that. I'm open to experiment for someone to show me that you can do that, to show me your thoughts can be read on a antenna, right? But without you showing me there's local interference. This is a problem that we're having with the Tomsk versus the Italy thing.
Well, they did things where they were like they tried. So I don't know where I saw this. But it was basically, they showed people pictures and measured their brain waves and then they tried to reverse engineer it basically. So then they showed people the same pictures and then they tried to analyze brain waves to get back to the picture, and it wasn't nearly close. Like it was somewhat close. It was close enough to be like, yeah, you got something there, right? But it wasn't necessarily. It's like there still needs more to be done.
Right.
And honestly, the way I look at it, the only thing that's stopping us from doing anything and everything is possible. It's just a matter of belief, right? And you know, the courage of your conviction, right? So like saying words with conviction is felt, right? You can, when someone says something that's meaningful to you, you feel it, right? Because there's something behind it. It's not empty words. Whereas someone could say the same exact words, but you don't feel the same thing. Maybe, I guess music could be an example, right? I could sit here and play a song, you know, Love on the Brain, without any emotion, with nothing behind it, and it's not nearly the same song. That, you know, it might, I mean, technically it's the same, like you kind of hear it the same, but there's no substance behind it, there's no emotion. Those things get filtered out, and I think we've witnessed this in the sense of when we're recording music, right? How it sounds live versus when it comes back because it got compressed, right? Like it lost all the range, it lost all this other stuff, and all this other information. So, I mean, we are limited by our receptors, and there is a limitation to us, right? We you know, like, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess, like, from what I'm saying, I should be able to say, like, if we could believe we fly, we could fly if we believed in it enough. Right? Like, I don't know if that's... Like, I don't know how to square this circle, or I guess it's saying that, like, it's either everything is possible if you believe in it, or not, right? So, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like,
yes.
You know, so if we were able to... I think if we really wanted to find a way that we could affect the Schumann resonance, we would find a way, right? If we really believed it, we'd find a way. We'd actually make it possible. We'd probably even technically build some sort of contraption that allows us to measure it in a different way and contribute it to our thoughts or something like that, right? Like it's almost...
this is where we start getting into the mediated environment and you changing the world around you by literally changing the size of the earth. That's what we're talking about. You building some contraption and change it. You've now changed the parameters of the earth. You've changed one of those points to suit your end, and then you go back and say, oh, well, you know, we built this huge, monstrously oversized machine, took a lot of components from the earth, we built this machine, so we've changed the human resonances. Well, you also have changed the parameters of the earth as well. Got to remember that. So you build a huge machine, you change the Schumann resonances, and all you've done is change the size of the Earth to where you're measuring it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's part of what this discussion is what are humans able to affect? What can humans really do? And I'm not, how do I say this? There's a fine point here where I'm not necessarily saying that there is not something that happens. We share emotions with each other. You may feel something, but is it being picked up by the Schumann antenna, the Schumann resonance antennas? That's what we're talking about. What is able to be shown, right? And so, not to pick on anyone, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad or whatever, but when we talk about, someone gave me the example of September 11th, when the World Trade Centers, like that's the best example anyone can give me. All right, you by yourself in a laboratory somewhere, I don't know how to read that. I don't know how to interpret that. But when we talk about the September 9/11, about there being a mark on the Schumann resonances, yes, 2 buildings were imploded that day. You don't have to believe that. You can believe that what you saw in the Schumann resonances is only a result of the grief and the collective grief, and you can totally not believe that the buildings were imploded and all the electrical discharge that came from that, all the electrical line. There was a building that was standing, it was perfectly working the day before, and they blew it up. They imploded it completely as it was. So the buildings themselves have electrical, things blew up, things, there was definitely a discharge. You could feel it at the station, the electrical station. Shit happened very much in the world that is measurable on the seismic scale. They picked it up, there was a faint echo of the buildings collapsing. So, physically, you don't have to believe that the buildings were imploded as if by controlled demolition. But certainly we know that they came down. This created seismic waves. Those are picked up on the Schumann. So, this is how the Schumann resonance operates. If you go to the Ascension Age pages anywhere else, they'll give you the happy horseshit, the okie dokie. They'll tell you, oh, you're right, yeah, we do have the effect, but no one knows how to prove it. Prove it to me. That's what I said before, that's what I'll say now. We can affect each other's moods, like Alex was saying. Good example, one person walks into the room, the mood changes. You can't show that on the Schumann resonance antenna. That's the point. Whether or not it happens, doesn't matter. It happens, yes. Prove it. Show it to me with the data, what we're saying, that phenomena, because you can have phenomena that happen that's a very real thing that isn't showing up on the Schumann resonances. That's part of what the illusion of this is. That I can tell you how they work and how they operate, but that doesn't mean there's not stuff happening beyond the range of the Schumann resonances to pick up. Quantum field, for example. You're able to read people's thoughts. You and that person have a great, interaction. Your frequency, your resonances are both risen. That doesn't mean it's going to show up on the Schumann resonance charts. And part of this discussion is when people are talking about the Schumann resonances doing more than they do, or the people having a greater effect on them than they actually do. And so I'm willing to look at any data people have on how thought waves will affect the Schumann resonances, but number one, there isn't any data on this that I can find. There's no studies of this that I can find. Doesn't mean that they're not out there. I'm just saying in all my research, I haven't found any studies like that to link mass consciousness with an effect on the Schumann resonances. What I have had is people give me examples like 9/11, and my immediate response is 2 buildings were imploded that day. They send an electrical charge to the primer core. There's batteries, big batteries for all of that, the 100 plus stories of that. And
actually,
local interference is what I'm talking about.
All right, so let's. All right, so in the guise of like changing or like what can humans affect or not affect, kind of thing. So like this past Sunday, I was working in the breakfast place and it was dead, right? It was completely dead. There was no one's coming in. And everyone, like the coworkers, were kind of, saying, like, well, it's going to be dead. Like, if it wasn't busy now, it would have been busy by, then or anything like that. And then in my gut feeling, I turned to the guy, I go, well, I think it's going to get, I was like, I have a feeling it's going to get busy. He was like, nah, it's not going to happen, And literally, it got busy right after that, right? And we got slammed. And, and I looked at the guy, I go, now's a bad time to tell you I'm psychic, right? So, but, for me, I kind of, it was more of a pattern of when, it's almost, I almost want to say like a punishment kind of thing, when the people in the environment are, not good in their, when they have bad vibes, and they want something to stay bad.
Yes.
I feel like the universe, whatever, will say, no, this is what's going to happen. Like that's kind of how I looked at that thing.
Yes.
So what I think we're saying in terms of measuring it is, did we affect the change, or was it just, or we just receptors of the incoming change? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say here? It's like, are we, like, did I affect the change by my belief that it was going to, because I really believed it was going to get busy. Like, it was just a pattern. Like, this always, it's almost like, I don't know if anybody's ever worked in a restaurant. If it's not busy, you make yourself something to eat. And then it'll get busy and you won't be able to eat it. Like, that's like a thing in like the restaurant industry. It's crazy. Right? You ask anybody who works in there, you say, if it's not busy, you make yourself something to eat, what happens? You know, like, they'll always say it gets busy. Now, so now the question would be this. Is it just because we believe that if we make something to eat, it'll get busy, right?
Yes.
Or is it a coincidence? Or is it just a mere coincidence? Because, like, sometimes I would say, well, you get hungry when everyone else gets hungry, too. So if you're making yourself something to eat, that's just because you're hungry, and to think that you're the only person that's hungry at this time, is not true.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, I don't know how to measure that. I don't think we could build a contraption that could measure that, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think we can. Yes. So the question of whether or not we affect something, is that immaterial? Does that even matter? Because we don't know whether we're being affected by it or we are affecting it, right? I always think there's a give and a take. I think it's all connected. Like, everything is connected. And the thought of something coming into your mind to be able to ask for more sun would be more along the lines of that there is more sun coming and you're disconnected, and the thought came into your mind to ask for more sun because you knew it was, subconsciously you knew it was coming, and you asked the right people or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way I could prove or disprove either of those things. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. All right. So, with that said, this is part of the discussion here of what's in your mind and what's actually happening. That just because you can't measure it doesn't mean it's not happening. Okay. So, this is part of the problem with the Schumann resonances, is that it's not that something isn't happening, but what can you measure and what can you objectively prove? Okay. And I'm willing to receive any data that people have about the Schumann resonances, but you got to understand, I know how to read the data, I know what I'm looking at, and chances are the data you're bringing to me may not, as I've proven to a few people already, the data you're bringing to me isn't proving what you're saying. The data you're bringing to me, that you brought to me, especially the thing on Tomsk versus Italy. People have used data from Germany and the Ukraine to prove what they're saying, and I looked at it, and it's like, you don't know what you're looking at, do you? Because what you have given me to prove you're saying is proving I'm correct, and nowhere near what you're saying is correct. When I reached the 11,000 day, the 11,000 hertz, no one was able to give me anything from around the rest of the world that showed anywhere else measured 11,000 hertz, except for the place that's centered in earthquakes, where they're measuring it as earthquake prone, and they put the machines in the middle of the earthquake zone to help predict earthquakes. So that's the different, know the local source, and it's one of the reasons why I'm saying this, is because chances are, if it's showing up on the Schumann resonances, it's not something you did, it's something local that you just don't know what it is. There's lots of things around you that happen that are picked up by the antennas, these very sensitive antennas, and you don't know the cause of it, but you, a person, me, has some thoughts in their head, and they say, oh, it's picked up here or there. It could just be good timing, it could just be coincidence, but until you've narrowed down that there's no external influences to it, you can't make the forward leap of saying, oh, some people in Borneo had a group meditation and that affected the Schumann resonances in Italy. Right? And so that's important to know, and important to kind of put it out this way, that it's real. Let's say it happens. It's a thing. But can you show it on the Schumann resonances? I would make the point that the Schumann resonances do enough of themselves You don't need to artificially give them stuff to do. I hope that makes sense. They do enough already. They don't need extra work in your ascension and all of that. They need to be kind of left alone, and you need to isolate them from them in order to get the elevation that you want. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, like, I guess.
All right. Didn't know if you had any comment to that. All right.
No, I mean, like, it's a little hard to comment on because it's all right. In science, we can't prove a negative. Right? You know what that means? Like, we technically can't prove God doesn't exist.
Here's a great example.
Right.
You can't prove it didn't happen. Okay.
Right?
Tomsk, the people have made this claim that the people at Tomsk have manipulated data. They falsified data at Tomsk. And the point I've made to people is you can't prove something didn't happen. Right? If it didn't happen, you can't prove it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. So you can only prove something that did happen. The only proof you have that data was manipulated at Tomsk was you saying it happened. But there is no proof otherwise that it was manipulated. So when things don't happen, you can't prove, oh, that didn't happen. It just didn't happen. There's no proof that it didn't happen. It just didn't happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's where our judicial system comes into play about burden of proof. Right?
The people that make the claim that the data was...
I didn't kill someone, right? If someone's dead, how do I prove that I didn't do it? Other than saying I wasn't there or whatever, but if I don't have an alibi, if I have nothing, right? I can't prove I didn't kill that person.
Right. The burden, in theory, the burden of proof falls on the state, the person making the claim. So it's the same thing here with the burden of proof falling on the people who are saying data was falsified. It's not enough to say that it was falsified, and I'm personally going to take offense at that. Okay, whatever. I'm talking about politics. But relative to the Schumann resonances, if you come at me with the claim data was falsified, I might be rude back to you because it's a shitty claim to have to make when you can't prove it. And I've had these discussions with people as if, why this is important is because with this myth, with this story, with a narrative, that Tomsk has corrupted data. They manufacture data. Why this is important is because with this line of thinking, the reason for that, why would they do that? Well, there's a shift going on. Don't you know that? They're trying to hide that from us, right? That's one-in-one correlation. People have given this to me. Why Tomsk and all the rest of the world is hiding data is because there's a great shift that's happening. We're in the middle of ascension. They don't want us to know about it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There may be an ascension happening. There may be a shift. That's a whole other thing altogether. You still need to prove that the people in Russia, the Tomsk State University, for God's sakes, it's a publicly funded institution, for God's sakes, you still have to prove to me they falsified the data. Regardless of whatever anyone else in the world is showing locally on their machines, Italy, which is in the middle of an earthquake zone, they set up those machines to help them discover earthquakes. Italy is in the middle of a seismic zone. They set up the Central Italy electromagnetic network to help them determine if there's earthquakes that will lead to destruction of the country. The Central Italy electromagnetic network set up a network of machines to help them detect earthquakes, and they do that job very well. And so in an earthquake zone, you get crazy off-the-chart readings because earthquakes produce crazy off-the-chart readings. It makes sense to me, right? So you can't look at local, again, not just local earthquakes, but local to you and your ascension or your shift or your, 5D thinking or any of that stuff that's not provable. You can have that. That's fine. You may have 5D thinking. I don't know. You may have 7D, 9D. I don't know. But relative to what's provable on the Schumann resonances, if you have 9D thinking, great. Operate in that way. You don't need the Schumann resonances to back that up. If you really, this is my thinking, this is how I am, that if you operate in 5D, that's fine. You don't need to prove it.
Why is that?
Why do you?
Well, you were just going on about if you think you can alter the Schumann resonance, you have to prove it.
Not to me. I don't care. However, people get on the soapbox, they preach, people want to, what's the word, propaganda, right?
Propaganda works.
You can have whatever, this is my thinking here, relative to me and the Schumann resonances on my channel. I don't care how you think. If you think in 5D or 6D or whatever, that's great. You don't need to prove that to anyone, right? It either is or it's not. You don't need to prove that to anyone. Why is it important to have the Schumann resonances, the graphs, back up what you're saying? If it's just for you, that's what I'm saying. If it's just for you, if it's just your 5D thinking, it's not, because it's not ever about that. It's not ever just about my thinking. It's taking people along with you.
Well, I mean, I think... All right, I'll the only way I can do it is explain this is from my perspective in certain things, right? And I often said that I consider myself psychic, right?
Yes.
Right?
You've proven to me that enough that you're psychic.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And in my case, I don't need to prove to anybody that I'm psychic, right? I don't have that desire, right? There is no, if someone believes I'm psychic or not, that doesn't affect my opinion on myself, right? What someone else believes doesn't affect necessarily, whether or not, I always use Santa Claus. I always try to go back to Santa Claus. Whether or not you believe Santa Claus is real doesn't change the fact of whether he is real or not, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, what you believe in this case doesn't necessarily, what other people believe of you doesn't change you. It's what you believe of you, right?
Yes.
So, this goes in line with what you're saying. If you think in 5D, you don't have to prove it to anybody. You don't have to prove anything.
Right.
And if you believe you affect the Schumann resonance, you don't have to prove that to anybody
Right.
either.
Yes.
Right? That's and in contrast, what I would say is, because of I am the way I am, I will never take away what someone believes. If they think they can do something, if they if you think you have a connection to the weather things, I'm not going to sit here and say that's not true, right? I'm not, because maybe for you it's true. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not true, right? The need for reassurance from an outside source is a fallacy of human logic. That's the way I look at it, right?
Yes.
Whether you believe it or not, that's all you really need. And that's where it comes back to Jesus, is your belief. If your belief is strong enough, it will happen, especially for yourself. You know?
Yes.
One thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to believe that the world is more loving than I actually have experienced. Right?
Yes.
And I'm having a hard time believing in that because of my experiences.
Yes.
And where I always come back to is well, okay, you're only perceiving these actions as not loving, right? This is why I come back to is a lot of people are just hurt. So it's not that they're not loving; it's just they're hurt.
Yes.
So their actions are coming from hurt, not from the absence of love, right? It's from the presence of pain. You see what, you see what I'm trying to get at in the sense of like if I just change my perspective on that belief and I look at it that these are loving things and everybody is a loving being and everybody has this capacity to be more godlike, right?
Right.
Connected to source,
Yes.
just thinking to these things. I don't like the need to prove that to people defies the purpose to me. It's because I can't prove it to you that people are capable of being more loving.
Right.
I can just believe it, and I believe it, and I think they are.
No, you can prove that. I disagree with you.
Look at how
You yourself can show that.
that people
Um,
can be more loving.
Are we talking about people as a particle or people as a wave?
People as a collective.
That's people as a wave. No, you can't change them. However, but people as a particle, you as a particle, you being an individual that isn't part of the wave, the difference between particle and wave is that one is undifferentiated. It's held intact by a plasma, which is a state of being, and it's not a coherent wave. There's this amorphic. The plasma is sort of an amorphic kind of. It's not a wave. It's an amorphic field that sort of like it's a bag of water that just sort of flops around, but it largely goes in its direction. It's held intact by electrical. This is for the Schumann resonances here. So it's held intact by an electrical charge. They're all attracted to each other. Okay. Whereas the wave bounces. It's a coherent thing that's a measurable frequency at, say, 7.83. Whereas, the people as a particle or people as a wave? Is it moving in an amorphous, well, I hear what you're saying, I disagree with it, but let's move on? Or the wave of people are this way, people are that way, they're not ever going to change. Right? So that's what the difference, one of the differences is in this, is the difference between people as a particle and people as a wave. No, people as a wave as a collective, you can't change them.
Well, if you change enough of the particles.
Right, but the people as a light can move as either a particle or a wave, depending on how you're looking at it. So, light is a particle, people are a particle or a wave, depending on how you're looking at it. So, if you take the view that people are a particle, then they're changeable. It's only one person. But if you take the idea of people as a wave, then no, you can't change that. They're stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck. Nothing's changing. So, people as a wave don't change, but your perspective on light can change and how you see people as a amorphous field of people who are just trying to be attracted to each other. That's people as a particle, or people as a wave. They're not. They're just people are just fucked. Okay. So, if you are part of people as a wave, you're not changing anything. They're changing you down to the lowest common denominator. That's what the Schumann resonances are. The lowest common denominator. You're not bringing them up. They're bringing you down. It's important to recognize that. People as a wave, they're bringing you down. You as a particle, you as an independent thinker, you as someone that is not part of the wave, you sticking with your head over the crowd, getting ready to get your head knocked off, that's people as a particle. Getting, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Let's go down this long list of people who stood up, acted as people as a particle, showed you that you can live differently, showed you that one person can make a difference, and they got their head knocked off because people as a wave, oh, we're not having that. Oh, no, that's dangerous. The people as a wave are the lowest common denominator. That's 7.8. That's 14.1. That's even 20.7. The lowest of the low frequencies are where the people as a wave operate. It's where they vibrate. So you yourself can rise above that. Again, in the sense that you could affect the Schumann. Sure, it's not that you can't, but in order to prove it is a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. So it's not that I say it's not possible for humans to affect it. It's just what's going to show up on the chart is what I'm saying. Right? There's a power that's inherent in belief.
Yeah, I mean.
Right. So you can prove that love.
Well, I can't prove that love will save all.
The love that you have for this person who doesn't love you back proves that people can act over and above the wave principle. And there's just two kind of ways of the mass of people that we have. No, people aren't all shit. And people aren't all great and wonderful. Somewhere in the middle there is where most people are. Somewhere between people as a particle, you as an individual acting only for yourself, or you as a wave being embedded in a family and thinking of your family and all of that. Right? So it's sort of the two poles here. So you as an individual have the ability to show that love can be more than the crap that the rest of society shows you. However, if you live in the crap that society shows you, if you're part of that, you embed yourself in it, that's what you're going to think. And a lot of people believe, they're of the opinion, that the Schumann resonances are going to knock people automatically out of the people as a wave and into the people as a particle.
Which you don't believe.
I don't believe. You can't show me that. You can't prove it.
Well, we didn't ask if we could prove it. We asked what you believe.
Right. That's what the mathematics show. That's what the whole point of this is here, is that you have there's two pathways. Either there's the established pathway of what the Schumann resonances are, what they have been, as far back as we know. Before I was born, Professor Schumann, 1954, okay, so this is before I'm born. These are, the hypothesis is that they've been here from the beginning. I don't know about that, but they've been here.
I can prove. I can give you proof.
And it doesn't matter if they've been here. They've been here longer than any of us have been alive.
I can
1800, 200
I
years.
can give you a proof
Okay.
about love being more powerful and being able to rise everything, right? Because if we look at love as God, as light, right? God's light.
Sure.
Whatever it is, right? And we know what light is. There is no amount of darkness that can quell the light. Just one match in the darkest of dark, the smallest of light, will show in the darkest of dark.
Right.
So that is the proof. That energy, the light, will always show over the dark. Now, how much light you have, there is gonna, it will, like, all you need is more light to get rid of the dark. And that's it. That's about it. Like, I mean, mathematically, like, that's how it works in my mind.
Yes.
You know, and I feel right now the reason things are so fucked up is because there's just way too much dark. Like, there's not enough people that believe in the light. You know, there's not enough people that you just, like, again, I'm going to go back to work because it's like I hate work. No, I love working. I hate working.
Wait, you hate work, Alex?
No.
Did I hear that right?
I love being productive. I love,
okay.
All right, and in terms of, like, you know, being in a restaurant, I love, like, making food look good, and, like, I love watching people eat I love watching people get my food at their table and see their eyes light up and be like, ooh, you know, like, it looks so good, and they're gonna eat it, right? Like, and a lot of these people are miserable people because they're coming out in a fucking pandemic.
Yes.
You know, but, you know, anyway, politics aside, but, you know, so I believe I raised the level there, you know? Like, when I'm there, it's a different attitude, right? I am the light, right? I am the light. However, there is this one waitress there that she continues to be the dark, right? Continues to fucking be the dark. And not actually all the waitresses there. Well, there's only two of them, right? And I'll give you this example, right? And this is what happens with all of them. Like, I just started working, and they're always like, oh, you need to make specials, you need to make specials. And every time I make a suggestion for a special, they tell me why I'm wrong. Right?
Yes.
And in my mind, I always have to tell myself, I'm like, all right, don't get too upset. They just want to prove to you that they know more than you. Right? Because that's why, like, they ask for my suggestion,
Yes.
I give them my suggestion, and then they tell me a million reasons why I'm wrong.
Yes.
And rather than me getting upset, I always say, well, these are my suggestions. I will do whatever you want. Because
Yes.
I'm obviously new, and all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. You know, I make it sound like, really, it's the most polite way that I can say, shut the fuck up. You know, you're either gonna, you know, like, do you want my fucking opinion, or you just want to tell me why I'm wrong? Because, like, I don't give a shit. I can sit here and say nothing all day. I really don't need to talk to anybody,
Yes.
right? You guys are the ones who want to have a relationship and all this other stuff, because you feel like you need to be, you talk to the people who you want at work. But all the time, every time I'm talking to you, all I hear is negative shit all fucking day long, right? So like, but rather than, I don't want to feed into it, so I always have to think to myself, all right, what can I say here that gets my point across, that you're just being a bitch, right?
Yes.
And it usually works. What I say is, like, again, like, what ends up usually happening is, like, so, like there's one example, I was like, I made a suggestion, and then they were, like, giving me all these reasons why that suggestion was wrong, and then, most of them was because the owner of this or the owner of that, and then I said, well, you know what, maybe you should call the owner and ask him what the special should be.
Right.
Yes. And that's what they did. And guess what the owner is like? She called the owner, she told him the suggestion for my special, and the owner added like an extra ingredient to it. Because again, the owner has to feel like she's important, and she's making decisions, right? So like that's what it is,
That's a thing.
Yeah, that's how it is. Because otherwise, like if you were the boss of people, right, and the way things work, if you can't. There's this constant need to prove that you are the boss, and you need to be the boss. So if your workers were giving you solutions that you didn't feel the need to change, you'll feel like, well, what am I doing here anyway? Like, it wasn't my idea. I am all of a sudden worthless because, like, they gave me an idea, and it's good, and I'm not, I can't do anything to it. So what every boss does is they change it a little bit. They make it theirs, right? That's how it is, right? That's just how it is. I think I told you the story at Starbucks, right? A million times.
Well, it's some story. Review for the people who haven't been here.
So I'm
enough.
technically a trouble person when it comes to like in a work environment because I challenge the way people think. Right? And I was in a meeting with the district manager, so basically my boss's boss, and she said to me these words. She goes, Alex, when you tell people things, you don't give them any room to make any improvement. The way you say it doesn't allow any room for them to add a suggestion to it.
Right.
And I looked at her and I go, well, maybe because what I'm saying is correct. And then she looked at me with a pissed off face, and I said back to her, I go, I did it again, didn't I? Right?
Yes.
Because I did, right? I said something that she couldn't add on to it. She had nothing to do, and it pissed her off to no end.
Right.
And then, again, I made it humorous at the end by saying, I just did it again.
Right.
And she agreed to it, right? So in my mind, it's like, I am not necessarily wrong here. I'm in the wrong place.
Right.
I'm surrounded by the wrong people. I'm never gonna get what goal I wanted in that mind working with these people because they'll never understand. There is nothing I can do. So this is where you talk about people as a wave, right?
Yes.
The Starbucks people as a wave, as a whole, they are far too ingrained for me to be able to even change one person. Because for me to change one person, they have to also stick their head out,
Yes.
right? And they will not do that because that's not how it works. And I know it's not how it works.
Right.
If you look at Starbucks and everything like that, the people that work at Starbucks, they're all fucking friends. The district manager,
Oh, yeah.
all the general managers of the stores, they're all friends. They, they go out and, they hire their friends.
Friends and former
exactly,
co-workers
right?
and all that.
Yeah. And then, but ultimately, do I blame them for that? No, I don't blame them for that. Look, we live, so we're here in America. I don't know where everyone else is, but I don't know how the rest of the world operates. But in a corporate environment here in America, nepotism and cronyism reign supreme.
Right.
Right?
Bradley is in Australia, and he'll probably tell you, not to speak for anyone, but he'll probably tell you, it's the same here.
Yeah, I
Just
feel like
to
it's the same
paraphrase,
everywhere.
yeah, it's pretty much the same everywhere. And that's one of the things that we're talking about, the difference between the people as a particle and the people as a wave. And this gets back into, what can people affect around them? You may not be able to affect the Schumann resonance, but son of a gun, you can affect the people around you, right? Doesn't need to show up on the Schumann resonance. You don't need to prove it. You don't need anyone to give you hosannas and glories and hallelujahs and all of that, patch on the back. If you just do what is needed to be done, because it needs to be done, there is no anything other than that. No one has to know it. No one has to see it. You can just be a good person because you're a person as a particle You can rise to the highest level you can, and you can be that bright and shining light, or you can act as if you are people of the wave, and we don't do it this way, and it's only ever been done this way, and before I was ever born, before there ever was humans, since time immemorial, it's always been this way, we don't question it. That's why the Schumann resonances are not here to change you. They're here to lock you in place into the frequency of the earth,
I mean,
which is a
feel
very
that's-
physical thing.
I mean, I feel like that. I feel that's more accurate than it's all about being in balance and being in harmony. So the things that we are measuring, we can't necessarily change unless we collectively come into resonance with them, and then we will change collectively with the resonance. Whether or not the resonance is changing us or we're changing the resonance is neither here nor there. Right? That's not the issue.
Right.
It's just being in harmony, and whatever needs to happen for us to stay in harmony will happen.
Right.
You know?
Because there's part of this that operates at the lowest common denominator, right? Someone walking up to you with a fist, like walking directly to you with their fist bunched like that, it would be a very common thing for you to have the most basic fear of, I'm going to get hit. You look both ways before you walk out on the street so you don't get hit by a car. Fear may be a low vibrating thing, but there is a lot of things to be afraid of because they'll hurt you. And it makes all the sense in the world to be fearful of things that hurt you. However, going to the people as individual, people as particle, you don't stay in that resonance. You recognize it and then move out of it. And that's part of the thing of it, is people having the misunderstanding that because you're operating out of fear, that you don't have faith. When I'm on my bike, I never ride my car right in front of anyone because I have the faith they're going to hit me. Right? I just go around them. The person stops, I'll go around the back of their car because the chances are they're not going to back into me. But on a bike, on a bicycle, walking, at least in Rhode Island, you have fear. There's a lot of fear because people get hit in the crosswalk. Other places, it's not that way. Other places, they look at the crosswalk as a sacred space, and they'll stop for you if you're in the crosswalk. Here, it's not how that works. Having fear doesn't mean you don't have faith. I have faith in my own sense and my own abilities, but any other people, any other person, I don't have faith in them because I'm not a mind reader. And going back to the lowest common denominator, I have faith that they're just going to not see me and they're going to be more involved in their own shit than they are me. That's just how humans are. Many people can't see past their own pain, their own hurt, and I'm totally invisible to them. Right? So yeah, I have a lot of fear of the people around me because I'm not as important to them as they are to themselves.
It's more often that people's bad actions towards you are out of ignorance, not out of intent.
Right, exactly. Yes, that's a good way to put it. I fear the ignorance, the ineptitude of people, the lack of ability to see beyond 20 feet because that's where the near last person that was in their space, how far away they were. There's a lot of things, and it's a better...
People don't necessarily live in the moment to understand what's going on around. So right. This is what you're saying.
Most people don't.
When they're in their car, they're not thinking about driving in their environment. They're thinking about something else.
Just getting where they're going.
Because they feel safe or whatever, and they're distracted. When you're on your bike, you are almost in a lot of ways forced to be in the moment because from your experiences, when you stop paying attention to what you're doing here, you're going to get hit. Right? You know?
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm going to agree with that in a huge way.
Here's another point to make. That I have a lot of fear of the people on the road, meaning I watch myself. I have my head on a swivel. And the word fear is just a general overall blanket because people don't know any other word to use. Right?
Yeah, here's an interesting thing that happened to me. When I first got my motorcycle,
Yes.
I was riding, and oh my God, was I scared! Like all of a sudden, I was aware of all what everything of what people could do to me. I'm like, this guy could swerve, and I couldn't, like I'd be dead, and all this other stuff. And then I remember thinking, like, I'm like, well, they could have done that when I was in the car too, Alex.
Yep.
Like just because you're on a bike doesn't mean that's less likely of a possibility.
You being on a bike does not necessarily mean it's going to change their driving behavior.
Correct. And I want to go back to something you said about like being an individual and sticking. Like I think everybody knows. Like the way I kind of look at this is like if you truly want to be a good and loving person, you will be put through the test.
Yes.
You will suffer in the social sense of it, right? Because there is, if nothing bad ever happens to you, you will. If you never tested, you don't know what the results are going to be. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yes. You have a song.
I do actually. Bradley wants to hear an original.
Okay, this is good. This gives me a perfect opportunity to stop to make some coffee. I gotta get some water.
This song is my only original. That's complete. You've heard it many times.
Oh, good. It's a perfect place for some coffee.
Ditto. And the name of the song is Ditto.
Oh, there we go.
D-I-T-T-O. Here it goes. Day we first met, I just knew that I would fall for you. You drew me in with the flip of your head and said what I wanted to hear. 'Cause my love's a reflection of you, and I'll feel that thing that you feel too. So we spent some time homemade dinner and cheap wine. We shared a passion so deep. In my arms is where you sleep. 'Cause my love's a reflection of you, and I'll feel that thing that you feel too. But there's something wrong. This feeling is way too strong. The thing I can't figure out is it me or you filled with doubt? 'Cause my love's a reflection of you, and I know you feel the same too.
was very good.
Yeah. I could make it longer, but I don't want to.
Do you have another song while I'm making coffee?
No, I could do another song.
I would appreciate that. So I could make some coffee.
So you can make some coffee?
Yeah.
Let's do some Leonard Cohen.
Oh, yeah. Do you know any?
I know a lot of Leonard Cohen.
Oh, okay. Although that said, he's not...
Marianne. Well, this is a long song. A long time.
Yeah. We're streaming. We got time.
To the window, my little darling. I'd like to read your mind. I used to think I was some gypsy boy before I let you take me home. Now so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh
Ha ha!
and cry
Boo-hoo.
and cry
Boo-hoo.
and laugh about it all
Again.
You know, I'd love to live with you, but you make me forget to wear mud. I forget to pray for the angels, and the angels forget to pray for us. Now so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all. We met when we were almost young. Deep in the green lilac park, you held on to me like I was a crucifix. As we were kneeling through the dark. So long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh
Ha ha!
and cry
Boo-hoo.
and cry
Boo-hoo.
and laugh about it all again. My favorite birthday. Your letters, they'll say that you're beside me now. Then why do I feel alone? I'm hanging on the ledge, and you'll find right away. It's fastening my ankle to a stone. Now so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh
Ha ha!
and cry
Boo-hoo.
and cry
Boo-hoo.
I'm cold like a new razor blade. You left when I told you I was curious. I never said I was brave. Now so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all.
Thank you. So we haven't really been talking too much on the Faraday cage.
We're not talking at all.
Just the most basic is stuff. But it's winding up that we're having a really good. Did the build a machine? All right. So the Schumann resonances has been a known quantity since before 1905. Tesla spoke out about it in 1904, 1905, but it was hypothesized before that the Schumann resonances were a thing, and they weren't known as Schumann resonances before. Let's just say that. It wasn't until 1954 that Professor Winifred sought to measure them. Okay, so I mean, when would have the Schumann resonances have been not there when there wasn't an ionosphere and there wasn't an Earth ground? I mean, it's hard to know when they first started, but I couldn't imagine them not being there. I don't know what the condition would have to be for the Schumann resonances to not exist. I don't know a better way to put it than that. But I don't know what it would. Knowing what I know, I don't know how they would exist without there being an ionosphere, and knowing what they are, I don't know what you would have in place of them. And as far back as I know, we're talking about, maybe, 100, more than that, like 110 years, 115 years that they've been able to, we've talked about them, that they've existed. Fitzgerald was one of the people who talked about it first. Weber, these are scientists, the end of the late 1800s, who are instrumental in talking about the Earth ionosphere being a conductive carrier. That said, I'm certain that ancient cultures that knew more about this than we do also had Schumann resonances that they tapped into. Right? They probably didn't call them Schumann resonances. They knew them as something different, but they tapped into that energy for a different purpose than for Schumann resonances, just for what they do. All right. So there's not a way of knowing if they existed, hundreds of years ago. They're how they are now, and it's basically you got what you got. I don't know a better way to put that, but
It's only ever now.
yeah, it's only ever now in this moment. And if they were different back when, it wouldn't matter anyway. We're not going back to it. I think that's important to realize. Whatever they were back then, we ain't going back to it. So if they were different frequency, wouldn't matter, doesn't matter, can't prove it. And even if you could, big deal. What does it matter? You're not changing it. So it's sort of what we're boiling down to. We haven't talked much about the Faraday cage, which is fine, I guess. I'll change the title of this afterwards. Good clickbait, I guess, to get people here. I don't know. It wasn't intentional. I apologize for that.
The old bait and switch.
The okie dokie. That's the okie dokie.
That was the okie dokie.
That's the joke of the show. I promised you the Faraday cage. We haven't talked about it once. We've only ever talked about people as a particle, people as a wave.
Well, you brought it in saying Faraday in terms of like how to shield yourself from negative things.
Right, and I think that's where we went off the rails, talking about what we mean by negative things and how to,
as we want to do.
Yeah. I'm happy. I live without electricity in my camper. Oh, Lily. Oh, hi, Lily. She says, I live without electricity in my camper.
Yes. Camper could become a Faraday cage.
Yeah, could. Yes. Yeah, theoretically.
All you have to do is put metal around the room.
They're clad with aluminum. So the question would be if a camper can act as a Faraday cage as it is.
Maybe.
Hi, Wolf.
I would say.
Well, that's a great example. Let's look at. All right, actually, let me get back to the
My
text.
Faraday cage of negative energy is just to be positive, right? Just to be aware that it's being. And I think you told me this is how to transform that negative energy, right? So like when the negative energy comes in, right? I usually just I have a process of not letting it affect me, right? So like I feel the negative energy. Like again at work, I can feel like I knew this. I mean, like I don't know. I can just tell when people like are not going to be pleasant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I try my best to help them, right? So like that's the way I look at it. Is like I try to understand that. Like again, I always say that everybody's doing everything out of hurt, not hate. We just perceive it as hate, but it's really hurt. And once you perceive it that they're just hurt, it's a lot easier to deal with it. So you can be in a Faraday. Like that is my Faraday cage. Is perspective, right? Like just change the perspective of how you look at it.
Yes.
And then.
Yes.
Like you're in essence shielding yourself from bad energy, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Like in my mind, the vision I always get is of like when the solar flares come up, like the solar flare, like the Earth has a magnetic field that diverts a lot of that stuff, right?
Yes.
The stuff that gets through turns into the northern lights, right? Or the southern lights, the aurora borealis.
Aurora borealis, yeah, northern.
So,
yeah, actually, thank you. That's a good kind of encapsulation of this. We haven't gone into the Faraday, the hardcore Faraday cage, but we have had a discussion on how you yourself can insulate yourself and be a spiritual protective, your own personal Faraday cage, a spiritual Faraday cage. I think that. Maybe that's what we're talking about here. Maybe I'll reword it to that we're talking about being a spiritual Faraday cage and not necessarily the physical electromagnetic radiation protection. I think that's a good way to put it. It's a great way to put it.
So here's something we've been thinking about a lot lately in the sense of good versus bad, I guess. I don't know how to say this, but like when we think of when I think of like indigenous people, that they were more connected. I feel like they were more connected to the earth, right? Like they viewed the earth as a provider. Their philosophy was more holistic in I don't know how to say it. It wasn't basic. It definitely wasn't a capitalist system, right? Like so, it was more of a socialist kind of, It was more of like, we need. They had reverence for everything that they did, right? Everything they did was important to do with reverence, right? It wasn't just an act. They weren't just going through the motions. They were connected to the rhythm of the earth.
Yes.
But that alone did not save them, right? They still lost to the power of the gun. Right?
Yes.
So this is something that I'm battling. Like, if I was to sit here and say that, love cures all, or whatever, disconnectedness will cure all, that doesn't mean that hate won't rise up again. Right? And win, and take over again. I think this is part of the cycles of it, right?
Yes.
And we're just at a cycle right now where there's just too much hate. There's just too much dark,
Well, this is part of that. How'd you say this? The world being full of darkness now is one of the things that we in the Ascension community talk about, how to clear the earth of that.
I don't think you can.
And that's the question.
I think it's just part
Can
of
we, as people, do that? Are we, it boils down to, are we people as particles or people as waves? What do you have the ability to change, and what is not ever going to change?
You have the ability to change your perspective.
Yes, there you go.
That's about it.
You yourself, part of this in this discussion, part of the Schumann resonance here with us, is about
change how you look at things, and things will change.
That's a part of a good way of seeing it. Yes, you have to change your perspective. You have to be a person has to be willing to change your perspective. No one else is going to change. You have to go into that with the understanding that people are going to be how they are, and you let them.
Yeah.
Right? Part of the thing of changing people is let them be who they are.
Doesn't mean you have to interact with them.
Right. You don't have to like it. You don't have to want them to do shit. You don't have to, you don't have to do anything other than just let them be. And this is part of it as well. In the discussions I have with people where I know better, I have to just let people, in many cases, say what they want to say, even though factually I know that what they're saying is not correct. They got to say whatever they have to say. I'm not going to change them. They may not even change themselves.
But I always say what I have to say too.
Right.
Back,
I think that's an important part of it. Important thing to say is that you may not change them, but I'm going to say what I have to say. You don't have to believe it. I'm not running a sales pitch. You don't have to believe that. That's part of this as well. That I'm not trying to change you, and you're not going to try and change me. That's the other half of this.
I think
Who's running the sales pitch?
I think this is where the whole golden rule thing comes into play for me, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? So I don't think, in this thing, it's if you don't expect someone to change, that's because you don't want to change yourself.
Wait, say that again?
So the whole do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? In that lens, from that perspective, from that angle, if you don't expect someone to change, you would like for them not to expect you to change. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following. Again, we go to the particles and the wave, just as our working analogy. So the particles can be independent. Particles can fly off. They can do what they want to do. They're not bound to the group.
I think Sherlock Holmes said you can predict with ease what a group of people can do at any given time, but it's nearly impossible to predict what one person will do.
Right. Yes. Yeah. There is. I have been trying. There's a book. I think it's called The Wisdom of Crowds or something.
Yes, I love The Wisdom of Crowds.
Yeah. So what the author talks about is that people will act in a different way around crowds or in a crowd as part of a crowd than they will individually.
That's in Stanley Milgram's. Also, that if you read Obedience to Authority,
No.
they've done studies on that too. Obedience to Authority has something about that as well.
Right.
That people will react differently. Everyone's familiar with the Obedience to Authority test. That's the one where if they told someone to shock them until they died, basically, and see if they continue shocking them. You know that
No.
I know you know it. Everybody knows.
Well, for the sake of people who haven't.
Okay, so if you haven't heard about Stanley Milgram's obedience to authority, he was a Yale professor on sociology, and he ran these tests after the Nuremberg trials. Are people familiar with the Nuremberg trials? The Nazis. People know who Nazis are? Remember the Nazis? They're still around, but anyways. All the generals kept on saying they were just following orders, right?
Right.
And so he was fascinated about this, and so he wanted to see, just how far people would go when they followed orders. So he conducted a series of experiments where it was basically the subject was put in a position where he would have to administer a shock to someone every time they got a wrong answer, and the shocks would get increasingly higher, and the machine would show that even the last shocks, would say like warning, and then one was just like XXX.
Right.
And the person that they were shocking was an actor. The guy who wasn't actually getting shocked,
Right.
but he would scream out in pain
Yeah.
and be like, "Please stop! I don't want to do this anymore." So the test would see how far people would go in shocking them, in administering the shocks, right? And so he did this test in numerous different ways to see how far people would go, because it all depended on the environment. So he found that, like, in one of the tests, they were going to Yale, like they were going to the university to run this test,
Yes.
and so everything looked really legitimate, and a lot of people would follow to the point where they possibly thought that they were shocking a dead person, right? Like, because they weren't answering, they would ask them a question and they weren't answering,
Right.
and so the guy was like, like, you still have to shock them, and like, we didn't say you should have to shock them or something like that. I mean, there was a lot. If you read the book, there's a lot of different variations of it. But one of the things that, like, they even did it where, like, when it was in Yale, when it was in a very professional surrounding, they, like, a lot of people would acquiesce. But
Yes.
when he ran the test in, like, it didn't, like, it was just a random building in the bad part of town, people wouldn't go through the test because they didn't perceive it as legitimate, right? So, this is the whole, it was even to the point where if there was someone in the room saying that they should stop, they would be more likely to stop rather than not. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there is a necessary, like there is wisdom in the, like, not necessarily wisdom, but there is a crowd, like, and like, you've seen this, they've done similar types of tests where, like, if someone's on the ground crying, right? If someone goes up to them, there'll be more people that go up to them, right? But if no one goes up to them,
Yes.
they'll just walk past,
Right.
right? So that's not necessarily wisdom of the crowd, but that is people acting as a wave more as a particle, right?
Right.
They feel more inclined to do something if they see other people doing it, right?
Yes.
Wisdoms of the crowd.
Right. Let me just pause you right there,
Yeah.
because in the book that I had read, they were talking about there was a man. How do I kind of encapsulate this? There's a crowd of people, this man and a woman, who had a traffic altercation. Let's just say there was a fender bender where there was an accident, where there was something that had happened. And what happens is, in the book, they're giving this example of a guy who, he's a big guy, and he goes after this woman who hit his car, okay, and let's just say no one was at fault, but this guy comes at her, and he basically beats her to death, and this is something that actually happened. And the crowd stood around and watched this happen. Okay. Now, we know this as a thing that happens enough on YouTube and in places where there are crowds that just sit around taking pictures of it with their phones, and they don't stop it. They just let it go on. So a similar kind of thing was happening in this crowd. The example he's giving of the man's name was George. He beats this woman to death. People are standing by. No one does anything to get in the way and to stop it. And they all watch this woman get beaten to death. So what we're talking about is they're going through this, and the narrator is saying that pretty much sure not one single one of those person would have, if given a chance, one-on-one, would have let that person beat to death this other person, right? If given the chance, one-on-one, which is what Alex is saying, more or less, that one-on-one, given a chance, that wouldn't have happened. But you get a group of people.
Yeah, nobody's doing anything.
No one does anything. It all just goes on how it goes on. And this is one of the things that we're talking about here, how it relates to the people as a particle and people as a wave. How this relates to people as an individual, or the lowest common denominator of masses. That when you get a bunch of people together, they're not all rising each other up. That's not what happens. They're all bringing each other down. So when we go to the comments here, can a group of people, like-minded people, get together and raise up our vibrations? Yeah, it could happen. However, there are a lot of variables in there that need to be kind of gotten out of the way, and part of that is the dumbing down of the crowd.
Well, okay.
Lack of a better way to put it. Now, we call it the wisdom of a crowd, but it's just the
I think the wisdom of a crowd
common...
differently, but...
Yeah, it is. They go into that. But I'm saying that just the expression, the wisdom of the crowd, doesn't necessarily mean the crowd is wise. It just means there's an element of it of condensation of people acting in a concerted way that they wouldn't act by themselves. Now, the flip side of that is that you can get a group of people together that will act better than any single one of those. And you, as a person, will want to conform to the group.
So in this case, right, this is where the particle could affect the wave, right? If you had a group of people just observing someone being hurt,
right,
and the particle breaks away from the wave thinking, knowing that this is not the right thing, and they're not thinking about anything else other than that this person needs help, they could change the wave. That one particle could change the wave. Now, what you're talking about is, like there's a lot of other things that need to be happening, right? Like, so you have the first person that goes, it makes it easier for the second person, right? But if there's no second person, it kind of goes away, right? Like there's a little bit more, you need a little bit more than just one person, kind of thing, right? And when I think of wisdom of the crowds, I think of an experiment that was done about, and I think I told you about this, where a guy brought a bull to a fair in a city and asked the people to guess its weight. And what he found is in the data that the average of all the people guessing the weight was like basically exact of the bull's weight. However, not one of those single guesses was close. Right? So like that's the wisdom of the crowd, right? When you take everybody's ideas and you average them out, you'll get the right answer. And this is where I come up to consensus. This is what consensus is. Right? So if you can get a group of people to agree, right?
Yes.
On a theory and move towards that theory, that is the most powerful thing you have.
We've talked about this before. You make a good point that there is in the sense of the wisdom of the crowd, the proper wisdom of the crowd of the group as a whole guessing the figure, right? The figure of the bull.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone together as a group got it perfectly, but there is no one person that got it accurate. Yeah. And so some of them are way off this way plus or way off this way negative, but they kind of cancel each other out. One guy that's off by 80 pounds one way, another guy's off by 80 pounds. And if it's a bull, you could easily be off 80 pounds in the weight of a bull. you know, so when
Especially if you've never seen a bull, because
Right.
you live in the city.
yeah.
You have no idea how much it
Yeah,
actually weighs.
Now, if someone had told you the average of a bull is 2,500 pounds, you would see all of the figures around that weight. It would be like a line of somewhere around within a certain margin of 2,500 pounds. But if you don't know, you've never guessed, you've never tried to pick up a bull, you could guess 1,200 pounds. That seemed, I don't know, how much does a bull weigh, right? You know, a car, anything. You know, I had this discussion with Jair about a machine that weighs 40 pounds. He said, no, I'm sure the thing, I always think of it as half a bucket of water. And I picked the thing up. I'm like, no, that's like 40 pounds. That's the same as my bike. And so Rose says, well, maybe you could be mistaken in how much the bike weighs because it's a broader, you know, it's a bigger thing and it's not as condensed. I'm like, no, I've weighed it, but I had to go to the factory on their chart to find out it was 43 pounds. A bucket of water weighs about 40 pounds. I'm like, I knew it's more than half a bucket, you know. So that's part of the discussion as well, that the particle, me, I know how much my bike weighs, I know how much that weighs. I'm telling you it's different. Oh, no. And then they justify why you're wrong, and then it turns out it was right. So the wisdom of the crowd can also be that way. If someone doesn't know any better, they just support the favorite person.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he said that was correct, so I'm going to believe that as well. This is part of what happens.
That's the follower mentality.
But it's still the same thing. The crowd that we're talking about is the particle or the wave part. There's the particle is you being able to change your thinking based on like new information, you know, based on new information that comes at you. The wave, the people as a wave expression means you're not changing them. You know, there's nothing you can do to change that person's thinking. They have to see it themselves physically, and you can't even like discuss it without actually physically proving. So this is why we get into the charts and the graphs of what they say is that because it's like, okay, just because I believe it's a thing, that doesn't mean you can prove it on the charts. Furthermore, you can have your own belief regardless of whatever the charts show. Right?
People dismiss data all the time. Cognitive dissonance. Right. The information can be right in front of your face, and because it doesn't fit in with your worldview, you just dismiss it.
Great example of the difference between the Italian and the Russian sites. You can't prove to me it exists. I can prove to you otherwise, but you're still going to hold on to that faulty notion that these people are censoring data. You can't tell me why. You can't tell me. It's because the ascension, and you're thinking all the rest of the world is, you know, that's why I like having the data in front of me. Here it is. I'm not making shit up. I don't have a sales pitch. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, people have to get past wanting to be right. Right? That's... Like, I live my whole... Like, my life changed once I let go of the idea that I know things. Like, I don't know anything. Like, I take the approach that I really don't know anything. I know very little. Like, I can't even explain it. Like, I might be right, I might be wrong, I don't know, right? And that helps me more in dealing with things that are happening around me than just holding on to a belief. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, like, I lost my train of thought on it, but
what you can prove and what you can believe.
Yeah, well, and ultimately, like, all right, so like I give this, like, I talk to my parents, right, and I keep on saying to them, this is like, these are the words I say to them all the time. I go, if you're not happy with me now, you will never be. Like, for me, everything comes back to living in the moment and understanding what the moment is, right? If you're not, and I hate using the word happy, right? Because you can't be happy all the time. That's just not that is just not possible because everything comes in waves. Everything is a wave. There's an up and there's a down. That's just how it flows.
Yes.
Right? The idea of living in the moment is understanding that if you have feelings of unhappiness, more often than not, those feelings are generated by things that happened in the past and what you think is going to happen in the future. So if you can get away from thinking about what happened in the past and what's going to happen in the future and just focus on what's going on now, maybe you won't be happy, but you'll be content, right? You'll be at ease, right? So that for me is the big thing.
Yes.
Well, yeah, Bradley. I mean, yeah. Music makes you happy.
Yes.
Like whenever I'm sad, I play music.
Yes.
And and I feel a lot better afterwards. And the reason I think that's true is because music brings you in the moment. Like more than anything else in the world, I can't think of anything else more in the world than music forces you to live in the moment.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're not listening to the song, you're thinking about something else.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Exactly. And music and resonances have an effect on us. Harmonics. And this gets bring us back to our point in the Schumann resonances that these are harmonics in the sense that music will help you to feel a certain way, can move you emotionally. So too are the radio waves of the resonances. And this is really important that, to compare the music to the Schumann resonances. The Schumann resonances are a type of harmonics. They're a type of energy that's there that, like music, it can evoke certain feelings in you, and it can be part of the energy of the immediate environment. All right. So let me read the text I have here, because I read it and I want to introduce it. The Schumann resonances are radio waves at the lowest end of the spectrum. 8 hertz is the fundamental frequency, with harmonic resonances at 7.8, 14.1, 20.7, 27.1, 33.7, etc. Resonant harmonics are electromagnetic waves or frequencies which travel around the globe. There is an initial spike of amplitude, which is electric, highly charged electrons, which are essentially forced from the upper atmosphere, the ionosphere, which has a high electric charge. Actually, let me bring this over here so you all can follow along with this. Okay. This is at 22. Hopefully you can see this. If you can't see this, let me know. Maybe it's a little blurry. I'll go up to... All right. 24 pixels here. All right. So, this lightning or electric arc discharge moves vertically from the top down with a high electric charge, eventually grounding itself into the earth ground. These electric discharges take the path of least resistance. Your body potentially could be this path of least resistance. It's possible these electric strikes can move through you effortlessly, sort of, if you are prepared and leading a clean life. If you have ever experienced a battery failure, like your car won't start, for example, due to dirty terminals, then you understand this principle. Electrics take the path of least resistance. It is this simple. If your terminals are dirty, then the electricity can't move through you. It gets bunched up at your crystals, your DNA, specifically those of your inner ear. Even worse are those who intake all sorts of conductors, or the worse on you. The people aren't the worst. But the worst effect is when you ingest conductors like iron through red meat, or undercooked red meat, or through salts, sugars, other crystalline structures, through electrolytes of sodium, calcium, potassium as an electrolyte. You as a person are fine, but the problem is you're going to feel this significantly on the heavy electric days. Okay. In moderation, and balance is the key. Part of the dirty life is stopping the part of the dirty life that I'm talking about is when the flows of energy stopped. So you, in your daily life, in your flow of energy, this dirty life, are the things around you that cause you to accumulate and attract the things in your life that cause you to attract lower vibrations. All right. So these are the things we're looking to clear out of our life, so that the free flow of energy moves through you, the electricity moves through you from the top part of you all the way down into the earth, and hopefully you will step with bare feet into the ground so that you can channel your energies into the ground. So part of the dirty life, part of stopping the dirty life is stopping the excess, the accumulation of stuff in your life, which stops the flow of energy. People with a lot of worries over their property, their accumulated stuff, help to keep these bunched up energies of the lower densities. The lower densities provide a blockage, and then when we're talking about lower densities, we're talking about the 7.8, we're talking about the lower Schumann resonances, 14.1, whatever. The lower densities provide a blockage to the smooth movement of the resonances around you. Schumann resonances are not clearing out anything for you. With humans, there is nothing automatic. You have to want to lead a better, more clean life. It will not be done for you. The Schumann resonances are not clearing out your densities and dirt that block the flow of your life. You need to be willing to have Source clear these out for you. You, personally, will need to have done the work and have it before. You need to do the work to have it ready to be removed in order for it to be removed. Okay.
Can we actually stop on that 1 second first?
Sure.
Like, here's a question I have. Okay. This is something that I've dealt with.
Yes.
Had I not gone through what I've gone through, I never would have done the work that I needed to do to clear out all the negative energy that I had, all the attachment to stuff that I had.
Yes.
Right? I mean, like, I just
Yes.
like, but that's not, but what that's saying is that unless something bad happens to you, you won't want to fix anything. Is that fair? I mean, that's saying that, like, because, like, I remember I was actually talking to my priest about this.
Yes.
You know, where I say, like, one of the things I said is, like, but for the grace of God, there go I, right?
Yes.
So when I think to myself of, like, I've let go of all these attachments and all these other things, but that voice inside my head always says, is because you had to, Alex. You had no other choice. It was either literally kill yourself or move on, right?
Yeah.
And,
yes.
Right? But had these bad things never happened to me, I don't think I would have had the clarity and the connectedness that I feel now without that to happen. And that kind of hurts me in some way to believe that about myself, because, like, I look back and, like, some things are, like, So I see my Facebook posts
Yes.
pre-event, right?
Okay.
And I say, like, I was thinking the same thing. Like, maybe I would have been, but part of my whole, like, experience was, like, no, you weren't thinking. You were wrong somewhere. That's why all this stuff happened to you. You were still attached to the material things. You were still attached to the results. You were still attached to always looking at failure. But then I go back and I look at it, well, this isn't something that shows attachment. This is a statement that shows that I was trying to let go of these things. You know, so, like, this is something I'm struggling with now in that sense. This is, like, because this is where it goes to affecting people as a wave. Like, where I feel like I am at right now is, like, you know, I can't really change anything that's going around because enough people haven't went through bad things for them to want change, right? Like, that's just how it is. Like, until bad things actually happen to people, they're not going to have a desire to change it. Is that a constant? Is that just how we're built? Is that, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, even as I'm saying it. Like, I can't really wrap my head around this thought of that only broken people are actually fixed, right? You know, like, you can't be fixed unless you're broken, right?
Actually, well, that makes a lot of sense to me. And if that makes sense to you or not, please leave it in the comments. I'd love to hear your take on that. But I start with the view that humans are the human wave function is the lowest of the low. Doesn't get any lower. You see it goes from 0 to 7. There is no lower than 0 to 7. I mean, you can go negative, but I mean that's relative to the Schumann. Is relative to human affairs. We don't know the Schumann resonances on Jupiter. I mean, we do, but we're not on Jupiter, you know. And so the way it is here is that as far back as we know, 6,000 years, let's just say, you can't prove anything more than 6,000 years, whatever. The records don't really exist for you to get kind of a wide range of behavior of people from before 65, 7,000 years ago. Okay.
100 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. 100 years ago is proven to be difficult. You see Rupert Sheldrake, who was talking about whenever the new standards come out, they throw away the old one. What kind of science is that? But so yeah, I think that with humans, yeah, it is a place that people can come to be at the lowest common denominator and still live and vibrate at the lowest possible frequency, and that is human nature. The lowest possible frequency is the state of human affairs. And unless you can see that you're broken, you'll just operate in a broken way because the rest of everyone else is broken around here too. Yeah. And it's only people who feel like this is not right for them. Something's wrong. It's only until you can get a little bit of particle that I'm not a wave, I'm something different. I don't feel right. The people around me they're sucking in my energy. Something is wrong with this. And it's not until you get a little elevation that you can start knowing that you need to be fixed. But that's what we talk about here, talk about humans as a wave. That's what I'm talking about, this function of shitification, of bringing everything down to the lowest common denominator and that being normal. Right? It's not like this all the rest of the world. I mean, all the rest of the universe. It's not like this and all the rest of the solar system. It's pretty much unique to just Earth that the lowest of the low is the common operating system. Right? That's how it's been in here. Now, you can feel free to leave me comments if you think otherwise. But this is what we're talking about, the difference between humanity as the wave function as opposed to someone fixing themselves. The wave is not fixing you. The wave ain't doing anything for you except holding you in its gravity so that you are the least common denominator as well. And then you're part of the wave and then you'll be cured. If you just do what the rest of us are doing, you'll be better. If you just accept that this is how it is, how it's always been, you'll do better.
Which is not true.
No, it's not in any way, shape, or form true. But this is the difference of what we're talking about between the wave function, and you being your growth as a person. And you're absolutely correct. Pain is the touchstone of all spiritual growth. So it's not until a person reaches a sufficient amount of pain that they can look at themselves and grow. It's not until you've been completely and totally broken down and totally removed from your immediate atmosphere that you start seeing you are something different than your atmosphere. But until either you encounter someone who tells you otherwise, or until you see something different, or until you've gotten to the point of completely and totally breaking down, you as a person are never going to rise above that form of the wave. The wave is a coherent form. It's measured at a frequency. It's always been there. It'll always be there. It's very powerful. It has a gravity of itself. It's gone from electric to magnetic to gravity. Once you see it, at this point, around the world, I'll just show you. Once you see it, at this point here, it's been solidified into a pattern. From 2 days ago, you see it. It's been solidified into a pattern. You see it regularly. People saying, I thought I was having a headache, and I looked at the Schumann. Nope, it's the Schumann. Right? That's the cause of my headache. Not the poisons around me, not the fact I got hit in the head when I was a kid and I have a crack in my skull or something, but it's the Schumann resonances. So part of the wave function is that people want to blame, or maybe not blame, but people want to put as the cause something on the other side of the world, and not, I'm having a shitty day because I'm mad at someone and I'm frustrated at someone and I can't get my shit off.
Everybody wants to be...
Not everyone. Talk about yourself. Everyone's hurt. We've been through this. People operate from a place of being hurt. The frequency, the resonance of pain, the low frequency of pain. Someone has caused pain on you. You can't give it back to the person who gave it to you. You're stuck with it. Right? This is humanity. This is how humans are. Yeah, and ego death. Yes, it's one of the things here. You know, we're talking about this in the comments. Yeah, we're here to reach and stretch and grow and wonder and search and enjoy, or ego death. So there's part of it that we have the ability to create a lot of wonderful experiences here, or life is shit.
I think ego death is the most important thing that needs to happen. Once you realize that you yourself are not aren't important, it's the collective that's more important than yourself. Then that's a perspective shift. That's a huge shift, right? But that's a really hard thing to do in the society because we've been raised to think that we can control things, or we, you have this power to. The things that happen to you are because of your behavior, not because of the things around you, right? And this is where this might be a contrast of what you're saying. People want to blame. Excuse me. People want to blame things like something out of their problems, not necessarily them. But the way I look at it is, things are only a problem if you make them a problem, right? Is it a problem that I was living in my car? No, it wasn't a problem.
Not to me.
Right? It wasn't a problem. Is it a problem to a bunch of other people? Yes.
Yes.
Are they going to treat you differently?
Yes.
Right? So
yes.
you see what I'm saying? So it's the problem's only the only problem that exists is the one that you create, right?
But we talked about this, where that Alex is a father. He's got kids. Okay, his parents are still living, and so he himself went to live in a van, and that was the best solution at the time. There wasn't a problem with living in the van, except for maybe where he was living, but the van wasn't necessarily the problem. His father had issues with that. His mom has issues with that. And a lot of turmoil came from that.
Well, the story goes something more like this.
Right, and I'm not trying to speak for it.
Yeah, so the story goes something like this. I got sick and tired of people thinking that they could just say whatever they want and do whatever they want to me, and I was just gonna take it because that's what I always did. Like, I just accepted. I was like, okay, like, because it was, my whole thing was like, consensus was always part of my thing. Is like, I just have to, like, I have to either, work with these people, right, to get to a common goal, right, and at that point, there was a point where I realized that there was no more working with these people, and I did something that basically put them in a position to take everything away from me. So they had a choice, right? They had a choice to see that my actions were coming from someone who was deeply hurt, and deeply frustrated about the situation because promises weren't kept by anybody, right? So I decided to break the promise of me acting as a rational human being, and I, basically almost burned down my house, right? Like, I was like, you want to see how crazy people can get? Like, that was my thing. It was like, you think you can do whatever you want without people reacting to it? Because I've always reacted nicely? Well, guess what's going to fucking happen now? Right? And so, obviously, I lost everything at that point, right?
Yes.
Because I acted in an irrational manner, got committed, and in my committedness, I realized that, like, love is still the answer. I need to find the answer of love. I need to live a life of love. I need to appreciate everything that's going on. And I had no other choice but to live in a van. Like, that's all I had was my van. Right? That's all I had, because everything else was taken away from me. So, that was like 5 years ago. Actually, around this time. What's today's date? Today's 12?
Yes.
Oh, yes! So I think 5 years ago today, I was released from the psych ward.
Nice.
Literally, if it's 12, it
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Well, it's a 10, but,
Oh, okay, so in a couple of days. Right?
No, yeah, so we need a couple days
But
to
in the psych ward,
celebrate
like,
this.
I'll just say this, right? In the psych ward is when I decided to start playing the guitar. Like, that's when I was like, I want to learn music. I want to be able to express myself. I have to be able to express myself. And so, within the time passing now, where we got to the point where it's like, I tried, like, in that time, I tried to tried to be normal again. I went back and I was like, part of my belief was like, I can, if I just work hard, I'll be able to make money and be able to support my family and all that other stuff, right? And I could still be the person I am, but I need to work hard.
Yes.
That was obviously really wrong because, like, in America, that doesn't matter. You can't work hard. You have to be part of the group too.
Let me just say this: it's not that what you said is not correct. It's that it's not just hard work. And let's just say this: it's not just hard work. It's also playing the game.
Yeah.
Gerbils, hamsters, have a wheel that they run on. They do a lot of hard work. They're running like a motherfucker. They're running. How far have they gotten? So it's not just that. You gotta work hard. You can work less hard and get as far if you know the right people and you play the game and you cut corners. The lowest common denominator.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
That's
about.
what you're getting, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Right? And, like, that wasn't the case. So once I realized that wasn't the case, I'm like, why do I want to continue being part of that? Why do I even want to? Like, what's the point of trying to be part of this thing that is just completely wrong? Like, what, so I can feel accepted? Or whatnot? And that's when I went to my parents and I told them, I'm going to be homeless again. And then that's when they're like, no. Like, at that point, they started feeling bad because not feeling bad. I don't know how they started feeling. But I don't know what changed exactly where they went from, if I showed up unannounced, they would call the cops on me, to why don't you come over more?
Right.
I really don't know what changed. And you know, so now now I live nice. I have a nice place to stay. You know, but
Yes.
but that's not like, I mean. Yeah, and now I can see, but like now I do see the fruits of what I've done coming to bear hugely.
Yes.
You know, it's in regards, because my whole thing is about my kids. Like, I honestly, and I said this to my mom one time because she was saying something. She's like, "Oh, if you don't do this, you're not gonna make me happy." And I go, it's not the responsibility of the children to make the parents happy.
Right.
You brought us into this world. You make us happy. Like, that's how it should be. Right? And she was pissed, I'll tell you. You know, she looked at it like I just insulted her, whole existence.
No, you did. You slapped her in the face.
Well,
Whatever.
but the thing is, but that's the truth.
It's only verbal.
It's not, like, it's not my, it's not.
Let's extend this.
I will never ever expect my kids to do something to make me happy.
Right.
I would expect to do something to make themselves happy.
Right.
You know, like, there's
Yes.
a difference, and that's huge.
That's where I was going with that. Not between the mom and the son or any of that, but between one person and another.
One person and another.
Yeah, that's really what it boils down to.
Because
It's
again,
not my responsibility for you to be happy, and chances are, no matter what I do, if you're coming at me like that, no matter what I do, you're not going to be happy anyway.
Which is what I say to them. If you're
Right.
not happy with me now, you're never going
You're
to.
not ever going to be happy with me. Why do we even have this
Why
discussion?
do I have to play the fucking game?
Right, why do I got to play the game?
Because the game just keeps on changing. I do the thing. That's what brought me to the madness part. I kept on doing the things that they said if I did, I would get this. You know, and I kept on doing them, and they kept on changing what it was.
Right.
You know, and so it got to the point where it's like, fuck you, you know?
Yes.
And in this, like, the one thing I did lose the connection in terms of family. Like, there is no family. Everybody's family. Like, it's either you view everybody like family or nobody's family. Because I can prove to you 100 times over that being family to someone doesn't guarantee that they're going to treat you well. Right? I mean, I think it's obvious. I don't have to prove it. I can say it, that just because you're related to someone doesn't mean you're going to get along with them. It doesn't mean that they're going to help you or you're going to help them. You know?
We've had this discussion before, the word family. There's two kind of families that I see. There's the one that you're born into, the blood relation, and then there's the family that you have that you pick. So if you got married, you could very well choose that family as your family, and your birth family as being the people that just brought you into this world, and it's not that big of a thing being in the family with your blood relations than it is with the people you choose. And that's a great kind of segue here, that we talk about the Wages World, Mark Pyers, Verde Arbusto family. And I'm part of that, the crazy uncle that talks about the, scientist that talks about the Schumann resonances. That's me. And so these are people that in this case, for this example, that I go to because I want to, and they make me feel better. I have a place here in the family, and that place is on Wages World banner as it scrolls by. Each time I see it, I love it. I whether I want to or not, I got a family, and I can't easily take that back without it doing something to me. Whereas my birth family, I mean, they're all dead now anyway. So, except for my father, yes, the technical point, Alex will remind me, your father isn't dead. At 8, when he the last time that he promised me I'll pick you up, and he didn't pick me up, and then my mom said, oh, he loves you. No, he doesn't. He's never wanted me as a son, never shown anything to me. Right, I shouldn't take that personally. Again, there is nothing personal between me and my dad. You're right, I don't take it personally. It's just he's the person that's just banged me into life, yeah. He tells everyone else how great I am and how wonderful. It doesn't say to me, but he'll say to everyone else. That's a bullshit family. Okay. And my mom, I love my mom. She's deceased now. But my mom, she meant well, and she said, oh, your father, of course he loves you, as if I'm crazy. Like, I don't see he's not had any discussions with me on one-to-one of who I am. He's always been, you need to do this and you need to do that. That's not any kind of a family. So anyways, the point being, with the family, it's the family isn't necessarily someone that you're born into. It can be.
Here's the problem with family that I see, right?
Okay.
And this is from my perspective. My father thinks he's immune from hurting me because he's my father.
There you go.
Right?
Yes.
He's like, because I would say to him when I had a conversation. I said, "You're just jealous of me. You don't want me to be more successful than you. I'm smarter than you. I know more things than you. I'm more capable, and you don't even give me an opportunity to show it because you're afraid that I will do better than you."
Yes.
And his answer was like, "How can a father be jealous of his son?" And then I would say, "This is how."
We talked.
Yeah, I just explained how.
Right.
Because you're a human and you have emotions, and you are hiding behind the fact, like this is the lie, the cognitive dissonance, the wave
Yes.
of humanity, of him not being responsible for his actions because he is a father and he obviously loves his children, and it's impossible for a father to be jealous of his son.
Right.
That is, and we all know that's bullshit. Like, you can't say that's totally true. Like, there's stories and everything where fathers have been jealous of their children.
Right.
Sure, they will hold down their children because, and they'll in their minds they justify it. Like, this is where everything becomes wrong. Is I can justify any of my actions, and like, and this is when I go my dark route is I always like to say nothing matters, right? Like, everything is made up, everything is just perception.
Yes.
No one's gonna remember. Like, there is no, like, it is far more likely that humanity will cease to exist before the end of the universe, right? And everything we know that the universe will end. We know that there is a heat death of the universe. Right?
Yes.
So all this stuff, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, is pointless, right? So I can do whatever I want. I can be a murderer. Right? I can do that. It's not going to affect anything. Not going to affect anything in the grand scheme of things. I can lie, I can cheat, I can steal, I can womanize. I can do all these things free and clear of conscience, right? Because it doesn't matter. Right? The only difference is I'd rather not. I would rather use the logic of everything is meaningless, so you might as well spread love, than everything is meaningless, then you might as well spread hate.
You might as well do nothing.
Yeah. Right?
Exactly.
Like that is the one thing, the one shred, the one little piece that I hold on in terms of my sanity. Is that I'm able to look at everything being meaningless, me being pointless, insignificant in the universe and all this other stuff, and still want to spread love,
Yes.
Like, I think that's what a lot of people don't think is possible, right? They think if everything is meaningless, people will just become these hateful, ignorant, egotistical people. And which is why I respond is like, no, everybody's like, the ego is because they think they're meaningful. They actually think they matter. That's where the ego comes in.
Okay. Let me show you. I got a text from someone. Let me show you.
Yay! So we can go now.
Well, not now. We're in the middle of a live stream now.
We can go now. I haven't smoked in like 2 days.
Our person just came through.
Yay!
All right, so we're going to.
Incredible, by the way. That's a miracle. Thank you, universe.
Yes. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the closing process of this. We're going to end shortly. We have been on. Yeah, we have been on
For like 4 hours.
4 hours, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds at this point.
Oh, we should end at 4:20.
Good. Well, it's up to you. All right. Alex is going to play a song and take us out. We're going to close up the comments, so as close to 4:20 as we can get. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that. Alex is going to take us out with a song.
This song is one of my favorite songs. And it's called Taste
of Rain,
Oh, I love this
Taste
song.
the Rain by Matty Diaz. And the thing I love about this song is it expresses the emotion of understanding that I need to help myself first. I'm not gonna help you. Heaven's gotta help me first. Hard to hear loving word when you're at your worst. I know I won't help. I'm gonna do it anyway. I know I've loved well, just to taste a little rain, causing shadows on open arms. Leave the clouds go empty and dark. Under my tongue sleeps a heavy breeze. Hold my dream like I'm dragging weight. I'm not gonna help you. Heaven's gotta help me first. Hard to hear loving word when you're at your work. I'm walking through the storm, wishing for a hurricane. I open all my doors just to taste a little rain. Let the walls burn, watch them glow. All my mercy rising in the smoke. Under the ashes is a path I walk. Open my feet down to the floor. I'm not gonna help you. Heaven's gotta help me first. Hard to hear love word when you're at your worst. Who am I without a little taste of rain? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? 'Cause I'm not gonna help. Heaven's gotta help me first. I'm not gonna help. Heaven's gotta help me first. I'm not gonna help you. Heaven's gotta help me first. I'm not gonna help you. Heaven's gotta help me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Alrighty. So on that cheery note, thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Blast!
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. We're definitely going to do this again now that the studio is set up and everything's working. I've got cameras, I got everything all set up. So, again, as we go on, we will be doing more of this, and I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you all for your love and support. Just remember, just act out of love and be that higher vibration than the people around you. The Schumann resonances aren't rising you up automatically. You have to do the work and kind of float above what's going on around you. Otherwise, you're just in the same shit as everyone else, and that's not a good place to be. So, on that cheery note, I appreciate everyone for being here. We're going to do this again soon, probably another one probably tomorrow or the next day. Either or. Thank you all for being here. Very much appreciate it, everyone. Love and support. Thank you, Bradley. I think Jackie was here, Mimi. There's a few of you who are here every time. Very much appreciated. And much love and support. Thank you all. I appreciate your comments as always. And we will talk to you soon. Thank you. Namaste.
Live streaming it.
Congratulations.